Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for some more RPGs uncovered. This is the what's the term? The penultimate episode of the Siren Sun. The second to last. Next week is going to be our finale for the final the the Siren Sun
The
demo
cameras are
play.
all messed
The
up.
cameras are all messed up again. Oh, right, because I had to move because Bravin wasn't here last week and I had to move everything around.
Right.
Well, it's not a Twitch stream if you don't have to move cameras around. So bear with me, people,
Fair.
and I will get this all set up. But while we're doing this,
Suddenly Arlene is Katie's.
yeah,
Am I?
you know what?
You're right in my spot.
While we're doing this, I know Trevor, you have some announcements for your own channel and your own sales and whatnot. So, go ahead and talk about that.
All right. Yes. So today is actually the last day to take advantage of this sale. If you use the code THANKS, all capitals, today on our website, you get 20% off everything you purchase. As our little thankful giveaway, because I don't really celebrate Thanksgiving, but I do like giving thanks to people. So, and then outside of that, we also just launched our Nightfall expansion on there. And so that's a free expansion on our website, and it's all like horror and Halloween themed. So it's a ton of fun expansions. If you like playing those sorts of things, like we added a character where you can play a skeleton in that one, and it's actually really fun to play the skeleton. Or you can play a Candelemental, which is a elemental made of wax. So that's always fun. But yeah, that deal lasts just today as the final day, and then after that, use the code Ascension to get 15% off. You guys are a coupon.
Yes, we are a coupon.
Hashtag coupon status.
Yes.
Okay.
Which I think 2 people have already used your code, which is great.
Nice. Yeah, I've been trying to post that to our Twitter, so that's a good segue into where you can find us. If you're not already following us on Twitter or have joined our Discord, both are openly available for everyone to join. I mean, obviously Twitter is, but our Discord is free and open for everybody to join. There are a few special hidden channels for Patreons if you want some extra little goodies and perks and sneak peeks as we release things. Those will be going up on Patreon, and will give you access to those deeper levels of the Discord. But anyone can come in and hang out with us. The channel for hanging out with all of us, for talking about the Veil of the Void or any of the other RPGs Uncovered series that we do in the future, is freely accessible to everybody, so you can stop on by with any questions you have about the series. I know I will make a point to pay attention to those and answer questions and engage with people. Trevor's great, he's on there as well. I'm sure he'll answer some questions. And you can talk about the Siren Sun series, ask questions about that, engage in different conspiracies and other tinfoil hat polishing and all that. So there's a bunch of stuff on there, as well as, like I said, polls and insights and other various behind the scenes access and information when it comes to the next RPGs Uncover series. And we're just past halfway through on this season with Veil of the Void Reforged. So I am actively looking into next season. So there's going to be polls, there's going to be discussions about what you want to see, what the next indie TTRPG that you would like me to see featured, or you would like to see featured on this channel and like me to teach you guys. So come talk with me on Discord, come talk with me on Twitter. That's the best place to engage. And really, at this point in our streaming career and this channel's youth, just word of mouth is really the best way that you can support us. So if you like what we're doing, go tell other people about it. If you know other people who want to learn how to play other games, but they're too intimidated by the large rule book, so they don't think they have time to learn a new game, or it's just too complex, it's too different from the D&D that most people are used to. That's the whole point of this channel. So, tell them about it. Tell them how we break it down into real quick and easy steps on how to learn how to play a game. Not only do we have this series here as far as the demo play, to showcase the rules and how they work in actual gameplay, But we also have our YouTube channel, which is linked just down below. You can go over there. We have a bunch of, I say a bunch, we have a few at this point, little bite-sized tutorials that will teach you how to do various things. The core mechanics video is up there. I'm probably going to redo it, but it's up there. It has all the information you need. We have one on skill progression, and the one, or we have the one for, skill progressions, and proficiency is coming tonight. It's all recorded, it's mostly edited. I just ran out of time with all of the Thanksgiving stuff. But a few more to come before we wrap up on Veil the Void. So we have the finale next week, and then on the, what is the next Saturday after that? The 11th? December the 11th, we're going to do sort of like an extended after show and analysis breakdown of the Veil of the Void, sort of post play. So it's going to be really going over the key systems, the themes, the core rules, and really talking about what we learned, breaking down how the series went, both from a gameplay perspective and from a learning perspective, and how to just grow moving that forward. So we will have the finale for the sort of entertainment purposes coming up next week, but don't skip on the 11th, because we're going to have a lot of very interesting conversation, and it's basically going to come down to really just like a roundtable interview with all of us, and of course Trevor, the creator here, talking about all the different rules and how we think we did learning them. And of course, answering questions. So if you have any questions on the series, both the demo play series itself or how to play the game, that's a great time to stop by, because that'll be live interactive kind of stuff. Anyway, let's see. Any more? Yes, shilling to wrap this up. If you like what we're doing and want to help support us even more, just spreading word of mouth, do consider heading over to Patreon and Ko-Fi. Both, I believe, are linked down below in some way or another. Both will be getting both do have the same membership perks, membership tiers. They both get the same posts at the same time. We have a number of different things up there already for this particular series. We have after shows. We have not only the bite-sized videos that are on YouTube, but we also have the written reference sheets and guides on there. Now, those are free to everyone, so you can just head over to Patreon and Ko-Fi and check out all the free goodies we have there. And if you like that kind of stuff and you want to support us, I mean, maybe stick around and join a membership tier or buy me a coffee or a book or something. But a lot of the resources that you can find in the quick start guide for Veil of the Void, which is also free and readily available on Trevor's website, it will be free and readily available on Ko-Fi and Patreon as well. But there's a number of other different membership rewards that will get you after shows and player insights and GM insights. And when we are all done with this demo play series, I will be releasing an actual module. So you can play through this little mini adventure yourself with all the different branching pathways and what could have been that we didn't get to see. So that is for the hero tier, which focuses on the GM sort of behind the screens sort of side of things. So go check that out if you're interested in that. Anyway, I think that's enough rambling on. I am ready to get to this game because I am really excited. I know personally I love space games. I'm a big sci-fi fan. I love when we get to be in spaceships. I love engaging in starship mechanics, whether that's travel and scanning and communications and combat. So I am really excited for today because it's most likely going to be, starships are going to be our primary focus. So let's dive in and say hello to the cast that we have. We have, of course, starting us off as always, Trevor here, the creator of Veil the Void. Such a fantastic game. I know you already talked a bit about yourself, but do you have anything else to plug? Go ahead.
No, I'm always thankful, especially because it was the thankful season, to be able to play, because it's been a blast. But again, you can find everything about us on Linktree/Veil the Void. That's the best place to go.
All right. Yeah, we should get some links up, by the way. And then, of course, we have Bravin. Thank you for joining us. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing just fantastic. Depends where you are in the world, really. But yeah, I'm doing great. Hey everybody. It's good to be back after I couldn't be here last week. But from now on, I'm good to be present for all of these. So I'm super excited to get behind the wheel of Renier once again. Do you want to find some stuff I've done online? I've got a Twitter, DM_Chronicles. I think it's cycling underneath. You can see. And if you also want to check out some of the stuff I've done in the past, you can also find me on YouTube, DM Chronicles as well. And I've got a channel there with a bunch of one-shots that I've done in the past. A bunch of Dungeons and Dragons stuff from back when I used to stream. Might get back into it sometime. For the time being, you can see all the cool stuff I've done there.
All right. And then joining us from the previous D&D series, if any of you have caught that, we have first Arlene and then Taylor. But let's start with Arlene. Hello, Arlene. Welcome. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Arlene. Yeah, I was in the D&D People's Ascension series. Now I'm in this one, which I'm having a lot of fun, having a great time. Thank you, Trevor, for creating such a great game. And my character is Cypress, who was a Topican. So I'm super excited to be a tree again today.
All right. Topican Field Knight, a class that is both tanky and also highly mobile.
Yep. This is my family picture in the background.
Yep.
My character.
Yep.
I can see the resemblance.
Cypress family picture. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Holiday cards and all that.
Exactly. It's for the holidays, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, rounding us off, we have Taylor playing everyone's favorite vampire medic.
Ice vampire medic. But yes, I was also in the D&D game. I was the grumpy Goliath, which is not a lie. But Katie's is much less grumpy, and I'm having fun with that.
All right. Yes, I am as well. So let's get into that because, well, last episode was really fun. I really enjoyed last episode from a GM standpoint and also from an audience standpoint. I did actually go back and watch it, and I thought it was pretty cool. Anyway. Most of last week was actually combat, but I've heard that it was quite engaging, even for being probably just over 1/2 to 2/3 combat. So let's do a brief recap of what we've been up to so far. Who wants to kick us off?
We started off in the elevator room.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And what was it? The elevator just came crashing back down.
Yeah.
Yep.
For some
The
reason,
gravity
most
increase.
likely a tripped alarm or failsafe or whatnot rapidly increased the gravity to the point where the elevator was so heavy and just falling so hard and so fast that it crashed through all the barriers that were placed above it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The two of us got out of it rather easily. The other two got hit by the shrapnel that was falling down, but nobody got
Yeah.
crushed, so that's always good.
Yeah. It's like, we ended up with 2 destroyed void suits for it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We went down a hallway heading towards the place after we kind of figured out the layout. You guys did. I summoned a big scary zombie metal creature to block the
Yeah.
pathway.
It was awesome.
Mhm.
Yep, because why be stealth when you can be loud and distracting?
Well,
Just get rid of the witnesses,
distraction
yeah.
works pretty well too.
Yeah, because I look at my stealth and I'm like, I don't have any of that.
Yeah, none of us have a stealth for some reason.
Nope.
We
Not
then...
a very stealthy bunch.
Yeah, no, not really.
Uh,
We then made it to the command hub that they had set up.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you would call it?
yeah. Where they
Yeah.
had their
all-
computers.
Hangar control.
Yep. We all just avoided getting shot by shrapnel that was on fire from a shotgun thing,
That was
from how I
the
understood.
heat gun, right?
Yeah, the
Yep.
heat gun
Yeah,
thing.
the heater gun.
Nobody got fireballed, so that's good.
Yeah. Someone did get fire branded though.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. And being a tree, that's not a good thing.
I know. I should have run up to you
Yeah.
because I had a spell to help you out, but I forgot.
It's
We also
fine.
realized that maybe
We all
some
forget
worshippers
things.
would be associated with fire.
Maybe.
Mhm. Yeah.
But yeah, we fought the
The Draken Spliced
Oh, the
Hierophant.
Draken's place.
There
That
it
thing
is.
was
Thank you.
horrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Some sort of genetic
strong.
amalgamation of presumably human DNA and dragon, or at least some sort of draconic DNA to create the
Yeah.
Draken Spliced.
Our field
That
knight
dude was
laughed at him
strong.
as they tanked like ridiculous amounts of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Almost died, but I came right back
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
started
came right
laughing
back.
again.
I
Yeah.
got almost one hit, so that was nice.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the critical stun that Rainier got
Mhm.
leading
Yeah.
up on that
Yep.
charge,
Yeah.
yeah, you would have been flattened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Adhara also completely obliterated someone.
Yeah.
with
Oh yeah,
one
basically
yeah,
made
hit.
that
them
was
explode. That
great.
was great.
Yep.
Awesome.
Good dragon.
I used
Yeah.
my medi
Yeah, and
weapon
then
to
we-
shoot the Draken Spliced to death.
It was a very good showcase of all the player character
Oh,
abilities.
yeah, that was cool.
My
Except
only
maybe for
wish
the mimic.
my only wish was that I was more prepared for the mimic, but I am sort of relying on the players to play their classes because I'm doing the GM sort of thing. So I had a lot of fun showcasing the how the adversaries were designed, because I did pretty much go over all of their stats in game. The skills, the amount of skills they had, their attributes, their health, all that to a certain extent, and playing through all of their abilities, and it was a fantastic showcase of everybody else's abilities. There was definitely some intense moments there, but I believe by the end of the combat, everybody survived. Their Cypress went down, but
Yep.
was brought back up. And
Mhm.
Appreciate it.
well, anyway, what happened after the combat once you took down the Draken's Spliced?
Yeah, I have a question, but that'll handle after.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ara hesitated for like a split second before opening up the hangar and releasing, everything into space. Just like,
Yeah,
it's fine.
space and all the people in there.
Yeah,
We also
Which,
got
to be
all
fair-
of the information ever from that
Yeah.
computer, thanks to who used my mail. Was that Katie's that did that?
that was
It was
Katie's.
mind drain,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was great.
And Drain, yeah.
It
Mm-hmm.
was super
Got-
useful.
Got all of the information we needed and more.
Mm-hmm.
That just got us through 2 layers of the security. Ara did the 3rd layer.
Mm-hmm. And then we
But
rode out
yeah.
on the back of a dragon.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I loved that so much.
Majestic crew that we are.
Well,
Yeah.
so I like that we were all just, it's like, oh, no, we're not going to go back up the elevator.
You never know what could happen in a rickety elevator.
I know. I mean,
Yeah.
well, also, I think we were all pretty, up until Jack said otherwise, I think we all believed that it was pretty much broken.
Yeah, I had
broken.
several concerns.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, very
We
fair.
weren't sure if
Plus riding on the back of the
Um,
dragon.
zombie
I
man
know.
killed all of the enemies or if it was killed by enemies and there were some left. So
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that more or less does bring us to the end of last episode.
Okay. But I do have a question.
Sure.
Because Cypress, when Cypress is healed with water,
I
she
get an additional 50%.
Okay, and I used Medi water to heal her. Would that count?
I don't think so, because it's
Okay.
not really water. It says water, but it's
Mhm.
not really water. The water descriptor, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Trevor, is for water magic primarily.
Yes.
That's fine. I just want to make sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good point to
Many
make.
water is
That
kind of like
says, oh
back
yeah,
to tank water from Star Wars, if you can think of it like
says
that. So.
yeah, water-based spells and abilities,
Yeah.
Okay.
not really items. So I guess that does clear that better. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to make sure.
Wow, I actually wrote something that clarified things. That's insane.
Yeah.
That never happens.
No, I
That's
feel
not
like these
true.
rules are pretty clear.
I know. Your
Oh,
rules are
good.
pretty good.
I tried very hard to rewrite them all, so.
Well,
that's
it's
good to
like,
hear.
I don't think you can necessarily cover every single case in existence, and sometimes if you go into over-explaining, it gets more confusing.
I tried to clarify all the main rules and anything that
Mhm.
referred to everything else, but then tried to leave it open at the same time because
Yeah.
I like things being open and generic, but at the same time having some direction because
Mhm.
if it's just completely open, it makes it really hard for the GM. So
Yeah.
It's like this is the idea that you want to go for, but you can expand on that if you want to.
exactly, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, actually, there was also some clarification, some additional notes for the end of the last combat. Because we sort of rushed things towards the end there, because I did want to get to that, get you out of the facility and at least heading towards the hangar. We sort of, I didn't really give you time to stop and ask questions and analyze things and loot.
Yeah, I
So
had wanted to check his pockets.
yeah. So you have a whole bunch of data that you can parse through. You have the Navtech chip that'll
Yeah.
physically key in and allow you to
Mm-hmm.
get past the Siren Sun call. You would have access when you killed the Dragon Splice. You would have been able to pick up his chain saber. So if anybody wants a chain saber, I can tell you about that.
Yes, go ahead and take it,
Well,
Cypress.
I'm dang it. All of my characters love weapons.
Mhm.
But yeah,
I
I think
saw
I'm
it.
proficient in those, if I remember correctly.
You could still collect it as a trophy.
Yeah, chain saber. Oh wait, do I have one? No, I don't have one. But I'm
You shouldn't
proficient
have
in
one. I made
Yeah,
it
I'll
up.
take it. Okay.
I mean, it's basically just a smaller chain greatsword or whatever the real one is called. Yeah, it's just a one-handed version of that.
Right, that one.
You would have been able to pick up one or both of the heater guns if anybody wants a superheated shotgun.
I'll take one of
I
those.
do not. Taken away from that thing.
You're muted, Bravin.
Sorry about that. I said I think Renier will stick to his dodgeballs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll take one. I don't know if I'm going to use it. I do know how to use...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I have a blaster rifle. What's a shotgun? So I'll take one of the heater guns.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, I believe that was about it. Most of the information is going to be located on the data you downloaded from the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And the Draken Splice didn't really have pockets, so you got what he was carrying more or less. Okay, so we will pick up.
And there's one of the Hierophants that we can't loot
Right? Yeah.
because he imploded.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So we'll pick up with the party riding on the back of Adhara, the celestial dragon. We will see the party moving through the one-way force field on the StatSec hangar. This was having left the old sort of refitted hangar in the lower, older section of the station and corkscrewing up to the much newer, much larger StatSec hangar. And inside, you do see your StatSec interceptor that you will be taking out. We've already covered that you can pick up new void suits for those who need them. And if there's any other supplies you think you may need, you can you would be able to requisition some things from here. You can also take this time, of course, to discuss amongst yourself, or even report back in if you have important things you want to report, questions you want to ask, yada yada. So we'll pick up with the four of you and the dragon, who I assume at some point is going to shrink back down. We'll pick up with you just outside of your ship, getting ready to head on up.
I was gonna say, if Katie's went to report, she'd really just be rushing by and it's like, "Hey, boss, got data. We're going off on the ship. Bye."
I mean, you'd go over to a comm panel and whatnot, because the hangar is like over here somewhere, and then HQ is like up at the top of the station.
Aw, darn.
Mm.
But fine, she'll make that call.
Okay. So just like a quick report.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I'll take pictures of my documents I wrote down and send it to him. It's just things like Big Dragon Boy. Very
I was gonna say
interesting.
it's like, and then randomly in there's a picture of Adhara.
Yep.
Give treats to Adhara because Adhara did good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she shrinks back down and kind of rests back on my shoulders.
All right.
But other than that, I don't know.
I think Renier is just going to take the time to familiarize himself with the ship that we're going to be using.
That's probably
Yeah.
smart.
Take a
Yeah.
look around,
Yeah.
get used to like the control plant panel, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Well,
I've got guidance!
let's go ahead and get aboard the ship. So this is one of probably a very small fleet of StatSec interceptors, a frigate-sized fast intercept ship designed mainly for patrol of the solar system and to quickly intercept any threats and pretty much hold them at bay for larger forces to come in and deal with them if needed. This particular one is for your group, which really isn't needed all that much because you're mainly focused on station security as, well, StatSec station security. But you do have this ship of yours, and it was recently retrofitted to specifically work towards your advantages. So I know I sent you the stats on the ship. So let's go over that super quick for everybody. And so this is a frigate class ship, so it's the second tier of starships. Just below that would be like personal shuttles and individual fighter craft. So this is a ship that could probably hold a crew of probably about a dozen or so comfortably, and if has enough extra space in there, whether it be cargo space or extra living quarters, or in this case, like retention quarters, a brig, a makeshift brig, and extra stores for like relief supplies and other gear and whatnot. But enough space aboard the ship for small periods of time to house a few dozen different people. You would know that this is a particularly fast ship. They of course do make smaller fighter craft that are a bit faster and more maneuverable, but this is a fast little ship. It is also fairly durable. This is a fairly top of the line ship. It has fairly good shielding for its class. It is extra reinforced with thicker ablative armor to give it more HP. It was outfitted with dual plasma repeaters, so it has two weapon mounts on one on each of the wings that can be swiveled in almost a 360 arc once you factor both in.
It was on the right one.
They would both be controlled by a same central panel.
Dang.
Yeah.
Okay.
There is, of course, also a main rail cannon on the bottom nose of the ship that the pilot can fire.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
I suppose, Cypress, if there would be a separate. You could like sit next to Rainier and just be responsible for the gun.
It could be a tail gunner.
I mention that because actually we'll break down into rules here. Every ship actually is it has a built-in singular weapon that the pilot can use on his own, on top of any other weapons that are available. And that just makes it so that the pilot always has something to contribute other than just I juke left or I do a barrel roll. There's always some sort of attack action that the pilot can take as well. So that's sort of built into that. And then there is the dual plasma repeaters, which I put on there to give Katie's something to do with her dual weapon skill.
Yeah.
There is also we'll go over the different positions and how space combat works when we get to it. But let me scroll up here just for reference. Well, we can actually walk through the different starship roles and facilities on this ship as we go in, as we explore it. So I think that more or less covers. There is the Mimicry Shield as well, which was installed specifically for Rainier, that he can control from his pilot station. He can sort of tie his reflective arcanting into a specific module in the cockpit.
Boy, it's our ship.
Yeah. The ship also has heat sinks for extra covert options. And that is all built into the ship. On top of that, you're going to have some extra bonuses from the ridiculous amount of information you gathered from the Hierophant control panel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I will say that this ship does have a warp drive as opposed to a jump drive. And the distinction between those is minor but significant, if those two aren't mutually exclusive.
They're not.
A jump drive is generally safer, but takes more time to spool up and doesn't have as much. It takes longer. You can of course get the same range. It'll just take longer, and you have to worry about charging up the drive before you can jump and the cooldown associated with it and all that. But the jump drive essentially is what I would consider fairly typical to. I mean, actually, Trevor, you can clarify this. The jump drive, does that use actual jump gates, or is this more of like a Star Trek warp bubble sort of situation?
So, Build Void's pretty fun. In the fact that how it operates is you always travel on the veil. So basically, the veil kind of separates the realms from the void and from each other. And so when you're jumping, it opens a very tiny tear into this veil and lets you leap short distances. Warping lets you ride along that veil instead of just kind of using it to bend space around itself.
Okay.
That's why warping is a little bit more dangerous, because you have a chance of ending up in the void or in the mouth of a void worm.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
So that description actually reminds me of the slipstream from Andromeda.
Oh, okay.
Try saying that quickly.
Yeah.
Slipstream.
The slipstream. Yeah.
I was trying to make it make sense so that you didn't have to like calculate for all the asteroid fields and everything that might be in the way.
Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? I have a veil that works really well, so let's just use that.
Yeah. Don't have to deal with the Star Trek deflector shield magic.
Yeah, that's all above my head.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna use what I know.
But this particular ship, to make it a quicker response vessel, does have a warp drive as opposed to a jump drive. So you will actually be, if you do engage the warp, which is, the best, quickest way to travel long distances, and even interplanetary, intrasolar system distances are going to be, take a long time without jumping. You'll actually have to tear a hole into the veil and make that jump. So the piloting is going to be fairly important, because that can go wrong with a warp jump, which will be interesting to go through. But we won't really need to worry about fuel consumption for this, and we'll get to how the jump works when we get to it. Let's see, any more mechanics to go over with this ship? Not particularly, but we'll experience how these mechanics play out, through play. This is a demo play series. Okay, so like I said, this is a fairly medium-sized ship for the frigate class. It's designed in a sort of heavy bird, like War of Prey motif, not like the Starship, the Star Trek class bird of prey, but just a general bird shape. I like to think of it sort of like a much sleeker, more modified sort of police version of the Serenity from Firefly. Instead of it having the rotatable jets at the side and whatnot, it has actual like long sweeping curved wings. That's where the dual plasma cannons are mounted. And then it has that sort of bird-like craned neck for the cockpit, and then goes down into the cargo bay and docking bay and whatnot. So, as you enter the ship, you will be entering through that sort of that cargo bay. So going in to this ship, you'll really quite quickly be able to explore it. Like I said, it's not a very large ship. So there's a number of different roles that each of you can occupy, and because you're a small crew and this is a small ship, you can really occupy multiple of these roles at the same time. So, going through the ship, the first sort of major room that you're going to be able to branch off to is engineering, where the main warp core is located, as well as the I'm trying to think of the non-Star Trek term for it. The impulse drive, the non-FTL speed drive. So that is where that is where an engineer would be responsible for not only directing power and maintaining the engines, but can also coordinate the activity of various different self-repair functions for the ship to help repair the hull should it take damage.
I'm just going to take my mechanics guide and leave it in this room.
Okay.
Not going to be in here. Definitely not my expertise, but I'll leave it in there for anyone whoever decides to be the engineer.
That's probably smart.
Okay. Coming up next would be the Weapon Master station, and there's a main sort of Weapon Master control sort of in the center of the ship, but there is a much smaller panel that you can access from the... It's not really a main bridge, it really is more of a cockpit than anything, but there's enough of a space up there for multiple people to stand in if you really need like a central command structure.
Mm-hmm.
But really, this ship is so small that even from engineering at one end and the main cockpit or bridge, small bridge at the other end, you'd be able to clear in like a round of sprinting. So it's not really a big deal that it's not a centralized command hub. So there's the Weapon Master station there. That's where presumably Katie's will be controlling the dual plasma cannons.
Yep.
Nice.
So, just gonna hop into my spot. Just adjust things, make sure everything's
Just slide
where I left it.
The weapons do not unlock for testing and calibration until you clear the actual station, but you can get in there and initialize them and make sure the ammo count and whatnot is all up to spec. And of course, then we get to the main bridge, which does have both a captain's chair and a pilot's chair sort of just up at the front. So there's the captain's chair that does have a specific role in Starship Combat and operation. Specifically, the captain can give another player an additional action or an auto hit die on their turn, so they can basically spend their action to give you bonuses. Which is basically just Picard going, hey, do this, do that, engage.
Basically.
There is a communications panel up here that does, communications things. but in terms of, actual rules and mechanics, you can perform a speechcraft check to give adversary ships 1 to 2 auto miss die on checks, depending on, what you go with. So that could be anything from a nice Klingon taunt, or like actually sending out static interference and using, radio waves and whatnot to mess with radar and their own internal communications and whatnot.
I love that. There's just a role where we're in the middle of battle and someone is just on the comms insulting whoever we're
Yeah,
in
yeah.
combat with.
Isn't that
My
so
grandma
much
could
fun?
speak better than you.
In either ship,
Wrong
just
side
having
of the
like a heated verbal argument while we're trying to murder each other in space.
I love it.
I'm sorry, I'm just suddenly imagining them
bard.
screaming yo mama jokes back and forth as they're shooting.
Yeah, you think of something very different than I.
I do, because it's funny.
I'm reminded of a scene from Farscape, for anybody who's familiar with that. When Dargo is screaming in Luxon hyper rage at some adversary or another, I forget what they're called. It was a whole thing, and it was awesome. Anyway, we've already gone over engineering, but as far as mechanics, that is where you can direct the repair of the hull and the shield. Let's see. Repair the ship's hull and direct shield power, adding +2 to the reductions. So that will +2 attacks to the reduction. So every shield can absorb a number of, I believe it can absorb 4 attacks.
For shields?
Yeah.
Great. I believe it can reduce damage from the amount of attacks equal to its vitality.
Equal to its vitality. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
it gets critically hit or you take more than 100 damage in one
yes.
shot.
And since this ship has 5 vitality, I was thinking 4 because I originally gave it 4 vitality. Since this ship has 5 vitality, it can reduce damage up to from up to 5 attacks each round, and then it will be depleted. With an engineering check, you can make that 7 attacks per round.
And it sounds like a lot until you realize how many attacks ships have.
Yeah.
And how much damage they inflict.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There is a navigation panel, which for the purpose of this small crew and small ship, I'm going to assume is just tied into the pilot's area, the con. So as a navigator, you can perform checks to give the ship proper handling during jumps and warps. You may perform a hard 4 analysis check during combat to target weak points on a ship, giving weapons +1 bonus die to attacks against it. So I will say it is tied into the cockpit, but again, somebody else can sit up there with them and specifically during combat, I would say, and target those weak points. Sorry, what was that,
That's
Taylor?
good because
No, saying just be dedicated to doing that.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's good because Renier does not have good analysis.
Yeah, so
I do, but I'm gonna be on weapons.
Rainier can actually be up there doing the dedicated pilot stuff, and then we can have a separate navigator.
I mean, I can.
You do navigator.
Oh, okay, that works.
Well, I mean, I have like 1 pit or 1 skill point in it, so I think I'd be all right.
Yeah, so the navigator will help plot the course for the pilot, and will also be able to pinpoint weak spots during combat. And then, of course, we have the pilot, who is responsible, of course, for movement and dodge checks, but can also perform 1 attack using the ship's basic weapon once per round.
I have been waiting the entire time I've played this game to make a dodge check because I sank most of my skill points into that. And I haven't had the ability to make one yet, so I'm so glad that's something that'll happen.
Yep.
Probably. Hopefully.
Maybe.
Okay. So those are all the different stations that you can go to. There is, of course, like a centralized, just at the top of the cargo area, centralized. I guess rec room would be more appropriate than an actual like dining hall or anything, but it's your break room essentially. Their table in their small kitchenette area. It's basically your break room, the place where you would hang out when you're not, actively in combat or in engaging in specific movements like special maneuvers or jumping. When you're just going from point A to point B, you can pretty much autopilot that and hang out in the break room amongst yourselves.
Is there coffee?
There is coffee. Yes.
Renier is going to make a cup of coffee.
All right.
Why would you just make a whole pot for everyone?
Yeah.
Renier will make a pot of coffee.
Yes.
Thank you.
Once you
Cypress
are
will enjoy a nice glass of water and sit next to an artificial sun lamp.
okay, yeah,
I will look you all
For
over and
trees.
longingly wondering what food tastes like.
that's right.
Yeah, no mouth. That sucks.
So, before we get
I prefer iced coffee.
before we
Yeah,
disembark and get to all of that, once you have all looked at your various stations and head up to the main bridge at the front of the ship and actually start initializing the ship, going through pre-flight checklists and all that, communicating with this hangar control here and getting all that set up, you would turn on the ship and it would boot up, and you would hear piping in through the intercoms, "Stand by for initialization and fragmentation. Stand by. Fragmenting. Fragmenting."
Fragmenting.
I don't want to be turned into fragments.
"Stacy fragmented and initialized. Hello, welcome. I am Stacy designation 5. Stacy is the station AI.
Hey, I was hoping we'd have one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, so our ship is Stacy.
Yes. Well, Stacy, which
That
is
normal.
STA station -C, is the station computer. And in order for it to it can basically fragment itself, copy itself, and cut itself down, and put itself
Okay.
into
Oh, that's
other
cool.
ships and whatnot. So you are
Okay.
using the 5th fragmentation of Stacy. So when you leave the station, this part of Stacy's being will go with you, experience all of this from the ship's inboard computer, and then when you get back to the station computer, she will re-upload all of those memories and integrate back into Stacy Prime.
Yeah, that
Okay.
makes so much sense.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah, okay.
So this
I'm
is
gonna have
Stacy
to
5.
steal that from you. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's great. I love it. This is Stacy 5. She will be your ship's AI for this, and she can help coordinate various things and give you assistance in different tasks and whatnot. Help analyze things and just be a friendly voice to communicate with if you would like.
Awesome.
How's Trick Stacy?
Ah, yes, tricks. A ancient vernacular colloquialism. Tricks are good, Katie's. How are your tricks?
Pretty good. I think I'm doing pretty well.
Oh, I guess we should give Stacy the chip, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Probably.
Before we head out.
We
Okay.
just get shot
Yeah.
into the sun immediately. Oh no! Stacy!
Fragmenting into the sun.
And that concludes the short but traumatic life of Stacy 5.
As we're flying towards the sun, we just hear Daisy, Daisy. Daisy, no!
Oh.
Yeah, so you can take this Navtech chip that you got from the Hierophants and plug that into the command console up front.
Stole it from their still warm corpse. Oh wait, it was a computer.
Accessing.
Sure, the computer was still warm.
Accessing.
Probably.
Analysis and integration complete. New nav data integrated. Interesting.
Awesome.
Interesting.
Interesting
Why
how.
is it interesting?
I can no longer hear the call.
Oh, that's probably
That's
good.
good, right?
Good.
Yes, that is good. Engines will now be initialized.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Stacy.
Renier is going to sit down in the pilot seat and crack
I
his
know.
knuckles.
Okay.
Yeah.
His one mechanical arm.
Yep. Yep.
I guess I'll
Are you sure
look
that's
at the
supposed to crack?
captain's chair and sit in that, going, "Oh dear."
Who changed the height setting on my chair?
Yeah,
Sorry.
like big chair, and I'm just like,
Mhm.
I thought you were being the engineer.
Stacy, initialize the seat warmers.
Oh, no seat warmers.
Seat warmers initialized for everybody but Katie's.
Thank you.
Katie's like, "Wait, no."
I'm melting.
Increasing coolant to weapons station as per Katie's program 3C.
Thank you.
I like how you have a whole program.
It's
I
very
have
specific
special
temperature.
needs.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, going to change back to Dalkindrith form
Okay.
since I can just freely do that.
I
Pre-flight
guess that would put
checklist
me in the
complete,
engineering.
if you would want to be. Yeah.
Yeah, I can take engineering. See how I do. I don't know if I have anything that would help with that, but I'll do it.
Well, I
Sure.
left the book in there that will give you a bonus
yeah, you
die
did.
to engineering checks.
Okay.
Or sorry, mechanic checks.
Appreciate it.
Mhm.
Which is fine because there's not technically an engineering check.
Mhm.
Yeah. Ooh.
Pre-flight checklist complete. Disembarking.
Woo!
And ship will begin to hover off of its pad, or I should say the hangar would be depressurized and maneuvering jets would push it up off of the station floor, and you can slowly make your way out of, again, that one-way force field, out into the void. There is a very brief, like just second pause as everybody holds their breath just to make sure that the ship doesn't quickly accelerate and veer into the sun, but it does stay on course as per Rainier's disembarking route, which I'm not even going to make you roll for. And you leave the station.
Yay! We're not dead.
We did it.
I'm not being dead.
Campaign successful.
Well, partially. We've still got to finish the rest of it.
Mhm.
All right.
So, before we get to anything else, I will leave this open for you guys to just sort of converse and roleplay amongst each other, because we haven't had a lot of time for that recently, and you do have some things that you may want to talk about. So while I will say, after you plugged in the Navtech chip, you can also upload the mass amount of data that you got from them. You can upload that to the ship's computer, and Stacy can start parsing through that and give you a more concise report later. But that's going to take some time. It will also take some time to get to a safe warping distance away from the station, because you don't want to do that directly next to the station and pull the station into the veil. So it'll take some time to maneuver out into a safe warp trajectory, at which time Stacy can get that report for you. You can have your conversation, you can ask questions, and you can decide how you want to proceed going forward. So now that the ship has cleared the docking hangar, Cypress, you do double check the engines and the repair programs and all that, making sure to go back and reference that manual that Rainier left for you. Now that you are cleared from the station, Katie's, you can initialize the weapons, do all the calibrations and whatnot, target like a stray asteroid here or there and blow it up just to make sure targeting parameters are set appropriately.
Yep.
And Ara, you can enjoy the seat warmers. Because you're the captain, you just get to sit back and relax.
I'm
But
just kind of sitting here like,
once,
You're doing great, crew.
yeah.
It's Captain.
Stacy used to ask if, as the captain, you would like to deliver any motivational speeches before we disembark on missions. But you've told her that she's a true AI. She's learned not to even bother with that anymore.
What? My speeches are super, like right now it would be, we're about to fly into our death most likely, but we got this.
Yeah,
Probably. The
probably.
odds are never with us, but there's a
Very
chance.
inspiring.
But anyway.
Yeah.
It's like, I think we prefer the lack of inspirational
Yeah.
speeches.
Yeah, that's why she doesn't even ask
Yeah.
anymore.
But once you have everything set up, you can reconvene at the center of the ship at your, like I said, your break room. And that's when you can make your coffee and sit under your sun lamp. And I will leave it to you guys.
Yeah. Like I said, he makes the coffee, but I'm still gonna grab a cup of ice to pour it over.
Mm-hmm.
That makes
I don't
sense.
like hot things.
Well, so far, crew, I think we've done a great job.
Yeah,
Far
no one's
better than
dead.
statistically I thought we would.
You know,
Good to know.
it would be nice if it felt like you actually had confidence in us sometimes.
Oh, I have total confidence.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I do. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I believe in the numbers, but I have seen our crew and we beat the numbers quite often.
That's
Good job, team.
Thank you, Captain.
I'm bad at this sort of thing.
Yeah, I will tell you, don't become a motivational speaker. That's one profession I think you should avoid.
Yeah, I tried that once, didn't work out. Never could motivate people
Oh.
very well.
How
But,
bad did it go?
that's a great question. I wasn't allowed back, so I'm sure it went great. Either way, you're all doing amazing and wonderful, and we've beaten the odds twice now. Good job.
Of course, the slammers always beat the odds.
Exactly, yes. No. I watched many of your plays. Good job.
Yeah.
The good old days. Kind of twist his mechanical arm.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a nifty arm you got out of it.
Not the same.
Well, no, I imagine not. It's not flesh and blood. I don't know
Well,
how to. I wouldn't know how to fix that arm.
To be fair, though, you definitely saved me back there with that amazing spike. So,
Well, that was nothing.
it was great.
Take
Don't
the
be
compliment.
You should have seen how that would have been if I had my old arm.
modest. Oh, it was
Amazing,
already
I'm
pretty
sure.
awesome. Yeah.
I'm great, aren't I?
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Not going to inflate the ego quite that much.
Only so much. Inflate the ego.
Yeah.
Start getting in dangerous territory. You're gonna compliment
Yeah.
Rainier that much.
I was gonna say, it's like, okay,
I'm
I'm gonna go over to
so
Cypress. And it's like,
tempted
so
to
how are
challenge
you?
you to an arm wrestling.
Yes, I want to
I'm
see
tempted
that.
to challenge Rainier, or is it Rainier or Rainier?
Rainier.
Rainier.
I'm tempted to. Oh, Rainier. I'm tempted to challenge Rainier to
Rainier.
arm wrestling competition.
You should do it.
Yeah, do it.
I'll take you on, as long as we go left.
Okay.
his actual real arm instead of the mechanical one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna say, it's like, I did want to come to
So-
Cypress, and it's like, so how are you doing health-wise? Because you took some pretty serious hits.
Oh, yeah, I'll be fine. I just have to, sit under my sun lamp, grow back my pieces, bark.
Yeah. I was gonna say, it's like, but seriously, how does she look?
I already changed my my hit points back. I think it was like 2.
I think
but I
after all
already
the
healed you.
healing we did at the end of last episode, I think everybody is either back up to full or fairly close. Regardless, you guys will be getting a short rest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we heal half our missing.
Yeah.
If that is the case, I am going to. I probably won't need them, but I'm going to craft some reflection shards anyway.
All right.
Okay.
So just to have it explained, a short rest doesn't work. It doesn't work the same way as it does in D&D. So a short rest in Veil of the Void is anywhere between 1 and 5 hours. During this time, all party members resting can heal up to half their missing HP. That's not half their total HP, that is half their missing HP. So if you are missing 2 HP, you would heal 1 HP. If you're missing 30 HP, you would heal 15 HP. Your
Alright.
Let
realm
me
state,
know if anyone has some gaps in their HP.
your charge state is reduced by 4. So it's not reduced all the way, but it is reduced by 4, which should take care of most of your charge state, I believe, at this point.
I was gonna say, it's like, so I only have one charge in each state.
Cool.
Yep.
So I
each
just
one
get
those
rid
are
of both of
pretty-
those?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good
Cool.
part about short rests.
Yep.
Remember,
And check any
Um,
abilities you use to see if they come back on short rests. Sorry, go ahead.
say,
Robin.
Trevor, do I get my mimicry points back on a short rest?
I don't believe you do until a higher level. I think you get those back at a long rest.
Okay.
Let me double check for you though, so I'll let you know.
I'm only down 1 anyway. So
It's long rest. Yeah.
You recover half of your missing mimicry points during a short rest, and all of them
okay.
during a long rest.
Yeah,
So it works
that's
like
cool.
it works like HP does for me.
Oh, okay. And we round up in the system, right? Oh, cool. So I get my 1 back.
Nice.
Yay!
Nice.
Woohoo!
No, wait, didn't he use mimicry points in the last? Jack used mimicry points in the last battle to copy a spell that someone did.
No, he
No,
didn't.
I didn't.
No.
I was going to, but you killed the Dracula Slice
Oh,
before
that's
it
right.
came out.
That's right. I
Yeah.
remember. Okay, that's right. I remember now.
Because Rainier
So
went
never
after
mind.
you, and he was going to copy what I believe Aura did before.
Yeah.
But it didn't come up. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way,
yeah.
Cypress, good job on tanking all the damage.
Yeah.
I can always
anytime.
rely on you.
Come on, I want
Yeah,
to see
that's
this arm
what we
wrestling.
do. Oh yeah. Guess we roll muscle for that?
Yeah, it would be a contested muscle check at GM's discretion, probably.
Go for it.
I believe I have no points in. Cool.
And yeah, do feel free to roll your own
Like-
dice. It's up to you whether you want to use Roll20 or your own dice.
Let's see here.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, I have 1 success.
Okay.
I think that means
I also have
Win.
1 success.
Okay.
Oh, you guys are like mid-tie, like going
Go,
back
again.
and forth.
Yeah, roll
Means you have
again.
to roll again.
Yep, means you get to re-roll the
Okay.
whole check again. You guys are just glaring at each other as like Katie's and I are like, go, go, go. Who do you got bets
Okay.
on?
You don't have any
right,
money.
that is
Right,
2
true.
successes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 successes.
All right. There's a little
Alright,
bit of push
one more time.
from Cypress, and then Rainier buckles down. There's a little bit push from Rainier, and you're back in the center.
Well,
Kelsey,
that
how many dice are you rolling with right now?
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.
Okay, I have 4.
Oh,
You get an
yeah,
advantage
so I had
from
no
your muscle
successes on
check?
that last one.
Yeah, do
How
make sure
many
to pay
points do you
attention
have in
to
your
skill
muscle?
points.
Oh yeah,
I have 1.
but
so I
nobody
can add a
succeeded
pip.
yet.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you can
nope.
add pips to it. Okay.
I
But that last
have
one was no successes.
no skill point. You didn't get any?
No.
I got 1.
I have like it-
It's just not a
guess
day.
Okay.
I guess my bark is too cracked on that left arm, you know.
I was good.
There's
Excuses
yeah,
all
there's a
around.
lot of back and forth, but eventually there's just this little bead of sap that comes down off of Cypress, and you force her
I feel
down.
like it would be
Well, I mean,
since sap
Cypress
is
did
blood,
go
I feel
down
like it would be
earlier.
dew.
Hmm?
Dew,
What?
What was that?
Because sap is blood and dew is sweat.
Sure,
Oh, there we go.
sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
A little bit of dew.
Rainier
I'll get you
is
next time.
super sweaty.
I mean,
He's just like breathing hard and
It's like, I'd offer to cool you off, but I don't think that'd be a great idea.
I don't know why, but I'm just imagining that Cypress is seeing him get all like super into this and is like, "Oh no, I'm losing."
Like, I'm getting bored. There, done. You win. Congratulations.
Oh, that's not.
Slammers always win.
It would hurt his ego to lose.
I'm just
Auto fail died to every roll for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
No, that'd be terrible.
man.
Oh, that would be awful.
That was
Anyone
a
else
great
wanna have a
show of
go?
how the contested checks work,
Oh,
though.
sure, I'll try.
I'm sure this will go well.
No. I only have 3 in muscle,
Oh, okay.
so I'm sure it'll be fine. Or I don't, not 3 in muscle, 3 in power.
We can use power or vitality.
Vitality is better for me.
Yep, power or vitality.
I've been
Now
using
we-
vitality.
Then I will use vitality. Because I have 4 in that.
I also have 4.
Okay.
Even match.
I didn't roll a single success.
I got 2!
All right. Rainier's a little tired after the epic struggle against Cypress.
Yeah. I would have won if I had my old right arm.
But we used your left
I
arm.
bet.
If I had my old right, I would have won.
Oh. I mean, sure, don't let me celebrate a win.
Oh man, I forgot. I have the. Well, I don't know if this counts here, but the like a mountain. I get an auto hit die on muscle checks. When
Oh, that
attempting to
totally
resist
would've-
Oh, that would have
Mm.
actually
Yeah.
changed things so much.
Yeah, well, I wanted to let you win anyway, so it's fine.
You totally let him win.
Yep, you totally let him
In-
win.
In fair competition, rooting yourself to the ground is often frowned upon, so
That's a fair point, too.
No, it's just using all of my abilities to win a game. That's fine.
Well, I mean, I'm not stabbing people to win this.
Maybe you should.
I won, so why would I need
Probably
to?
not.
I am glad you are finding moments of intercomrade reverie during these tense moments of... Should we be discussing the mission?
All right, I know. Hey, robot, I know you've got an arm somewhere. Let's go.
All right, come on, you give it a shot.
I would most likely lose, but okay.
Come on,
Sure.
everybody else do
Oh,
it.
okay.
All right. Cool. Cool. GM, may I perform a? Can I use some magic here? Can I use my gust spell, like hide my hand underneath the table to like kind of give myself a little bit of an upper hand, like an auto hit die or something?
Go ahead and...
There's no difficulty, and it's an instant cast on it. So,
Oh, sorry. What exactly are you doing again?
cast the gust spell. It would just like give me like a slight edge to pushing back. I don't know if you would give that like an auto hit die or a bonus die or anything like that, but
I'll
it's like
give
a
you
little push.
I'll give you a bonus die. I don't think it's strong enough
Okay.
for an auto hit, but I'll give you a bonus
No,
die.
it's not.
Now my question is, does Renier notice this?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. It's
Roll
instant.
observation.
It's
There's a
instant,
little
but
bit of gust coming towards the
Mhm.
hands. So
Ara still needs to incant it, and then you would feel an unusual gust of wind, considering you're in a climate-controlled spaceship out in vacuum.
yes, I
Yeah.
got one.
Oh, I got 3 this time.
There you go.
It didn't do anything.
That's my best roll.
That makes total sense. I'm like trying to give myself an upper hand. Doesn't do anything.
Cheaters never prosper.
Fueled by a momentary lapse of shame from losing against Katie's, Rainier steels himself and just slams down Ara's hand.
Does it?
I think you dented the table.
It's okay, and you just see him like kind of like try to cover it up.
there's no much dent.
It'll buff out.
It's just a scratch. It's fine.
Good thing
Yeah.
I bet against myself in this one.
Anyway, good game, everyone.
Yeah, it was fun.
Guys,
Yeah, I
I
suppose
found out a
we
way.
should discuss the mission.
I found out a way to farm
Yeah.
muscle skill points.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Let's go again.
Got a good point there. Hold
Two
on.
Thank you. 2 out of 3.
Yeah. 9 more times of that, and I get up.
That's right, because since pretty much none of us have muscle, even fails
Yep.
get points.
Well, the
Either
good
way,
news
roll-
is you
roll
all
5
have
checks.
2 points in muscle now. The bad news is the sun just blew up. You're dead.
Come on, one more game.
One more game before we die. This is not how I thought we would go out, but
Oh, you're having fun, aren't you?
Arm wrestling.
I just imagine the ship's on autopilot and you guys are just in the back, like just sweating profusely. There's dents and tables, and whoever's not doing is like rubbing their elbow and whatnot. And we just see the ship moving through space, and then we pan over to the solar observatory, and we just have one Hierophant sitting on one of the defense guns, like this is some kind of ploy, right?
nobody's this stupid. Right.
Anyway,
That was some good camaraderie. But I suppose we should discuss, not dying to increase our odds.
Okay, don't die.
Probably a little bit more in depth than that.
Yeah, I figured,
is.
but that's a place to start. Okay, so what's the
I
plan?
just thought we were just gonna go in and just start, hitting stuff and shooting stuff.
All right, sounds
Anyway,
like
we
good
started
plan.
blasting.
Red
That sounds
team.
like a terrible plan.
I don't see any issues with this.
What was our ship's name again? There, the AI in it.
Stacy?
Stacy 5.
Stacy. Do we happen to know what we're heading towards? Like what the area is, kind of?
How heavily patrolled is it? By obviously not us.
Yeah. I know we won't know too much about it, but general area.
The Stellar Observatory and the Solar Observatory and Stellar Engine is usually heavily patrolled. However, because of the Siren Call, there are no known ships in its defense. Sensors are
Nice.
unable to penetrate the electromagnetic and arcanting interference from the inner asteroid belt. We will have more information once we pass through.
Right.
So we gotta pass through first.
Do we know, Stacy, what kind of defenses are built into the station, perhaps?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
The station has minimal defenses, a series of point defense lasers, and rail cannons for close range defense. However, it is usually augmented by a patrol of heavier craft in times of need. However, it has been several decades since there has been a credible attempt on the facility's infrastructure.
That means that after this is over, they're gonna increase it all.
Very likely, yes.
Oh no, that
Assuming
means
we
we're
don't
gonna
die.
get stuck on patrol for this at some point.
Very likely, yes.
Assuming we don't die.
Very
what about
likely.
shields?
That one wasn't helpful, Stacy.
Patrol.
The station
I'm-
does have extensive shields to protect against the extreme heat and stellar forces.
Makes sense.
Hmm.
Mm,
Well,
is there a way
You
through
can
There's gotta be a
actually
way
call up schematics for this structure. There's a little wall screen
Oh,
that
the
you
next
can bring up.
question.
Yeah. The Solar Observatory and Stellar Engine itself is it's classified as a single superstructure, but there's basically a main hub station, and then there's a series of other. There is the main hub station, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 auxiliary power nodes, essentially, and those all connect to another series of tertiary different satellites that all orbit with each other around the star. Most of those, like the individual satellites, there's not even space inside them to do any work, and any work on them would have to be EVA. The secondary control systems and power regulators and whatnot can support a minimal crew on there, so you can dock with those, and a small crew can go in there and make repairs, but they are usually unmanned except for routine checks and routine maintenance and all that. The superstructure itself, the Stellar Engine and Observatory, is usually controlled by this main hub that coordinates all of the effort between these different satellite facilities. That usually houses about 24 scientists and mechanics and whatnot, which are then rotated out on a fairly regular basis, and there's other maintenance and scheduled reports to all the other facilities. So you're never exactly sure how many. I mean, you can be sure, but not just in the one hub, as far as personnel moving all about. And you can bring up a basic schematic for this.
Okay.
It does show where those different defenses and sensors are. You can see the PDLs and the flat cannons. You can see the sensor grid. You don't have any. You otherwise would not have any data on this, but presumably inside that large data burst you got is some data, an extensive amount of data on what the Hierophants are doing in this station. Stacy is still analyzing that currently.
Okay. Do we see any access points other than the direct way?
Yeah, there is a main hangar.
I'm gonna say, would we have access from all the data we got from the computer?
Yes.
Or at least a way of, yeah.
Yeah. So actually, Stacy can give you a preliminary report.
Yeah.
Preliminary analysis of data complete. However, more precise information may still take some time.
I have an idea. So we have this chip that lets us nullify the Siren's call.
Yeah.
And the only people who are supposed to have this chip are the Hierophants.
Yes.
Assuming we didn't leave any survivors behind.
Oh, we didn't. No, made sure of that.
Then
there were
perhaps
people
they
outside
wouldn't
of
be
the
aware. They might be aware we weren't very stealthy. They might be aware that the chip was taken.
We have a stat ship, not their Hierophant ship.
That's also true. Yeah. So I guess impersonating the Hierophants wouldn't probably be a very, very
not easily, no.
You
I had
could
the same thought too, though.
You could try to mimic their signature, essentially their heat signature, their electromagnetic signature, and whatnot, to fool sensors into probably briefly registering it as a Hierophant ship. But again, anyone looking out the window would clearly be able to see this is not a Hierophant ship. However, it's very difficult to see things out a window looking directly into space unless they're really close.
So we can probably get up to the station.
Presumably. Stacy will give you a preliminary report.
Okay.
Preliminary report available. Do feel free to ask specific questions. However, I have determined a likely approach vector and sensor analysis data that should allow us to get fairly close to the observatorium without detection.
That sounds
Okay.
good.
Good job,
Is there a
Stacey.
way to disable their weapons? Their
We could blow them up.
we get there, or I mean, that's an
Inconclusive
option. But
at
I
this
mean, like,
time.
okay,
It is
Okay.
possible with this data, we may be able to scramble their targeting capabilities. However, the station
Or-
is equipped with redundancies to protect their defenses. It is unlikely we
Mm.
will be able to completely deactivate them.
All we need to do is get inside of their range. Because those guns aren't designed to be able to shoot back at the station. Because that would be dumb.
Well, we're also talking about a cult that is threatening to cause the sun to go supernova. So
Well, yeah, but there's what they want to do and what the machine is literally capable of doing. Because it probably just can't rotate that far.
I mean,
Let's hope so.
there's a whole series of weapon
Yeah.
mounts, and with like overlapping cones of fire and whatnot. But yeah,
Oh,
once
yeah.
you get below that targeting umbrella, that would be fine. But
Mhm.
like, if you've ever seen an episode of Battlestar Galactica, I mean, it's basically that, just a whole flak barrier that they can throw up. So you
Yeah.
have to get through a
Mm.
pretty sizable amount of, you
Yeah.
know, rail blasts before you get
Mhm.
underneath that targeting umbrella.
Yeah, I know. The point is, it's like we just need to get through there, and after that,
Mhm.
we don't have to worry about those weapons.
Yeah. Stacy did say, however, and to explain this more mechanically, because of the information you got from that computer, it will give you bonuses to remain undetected based on your approach vector.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that'll come down to a combination of covert, assuming you decide to go covert, and
Yeah.
Rainier's piloting skill. You have some
Fortunately, we
bonuses
do-
on both of those.
I was gonna say,
There-
fortunately, the ship comes with bonuses on that.
Yeah.
Do those ship
Goodness.
have anything like an escape pod or
This
a
ship?
little? Yes.
Yeah, it would have individual escape pods, but they're like tubes, like individual
Yeah.
tubes
Mhm.
that have very minimal thrusters. Basically, you shoot yourself out of the ship, and there's thrusters enough to get you away from like the explosion should the ship explode, but it's not, space travel capable. It would emit a homing beacon to be like,
Which
hey,
would
we're
be-
here, come pick us up.
Which would be pretty useless right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just thinking.
Mhm.
We'd be
Yeah.
floating forever.
Up until they exploded the sun.
We'd have quite the view.
Yeah.
It's true.
Well, I guess it's time
Maybe
to get our
it'll have
muscle
little-
checks up before we die.
Every hypothetical we come up with ends with the sun exploding. It's always what it comes to.
It really does.
Let's
Prepare
just
for
hope
the
we
worst,
actually
damn it.
see it happen. It's
We
funny
will be
until it actually happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah.
Preliminary
try to
data
sort-
suggests that there is about 24 Hierophant forces currently on base, plus an indeterminate number of original support scientists and maintenance workers who are likely being held against their will.
Mm.
It's
Yeah,
not
they've
bad.
got hostages.
Yep.
That complicates things.
And none of us are crap, what do they call those people they call in for hostage situations?
Negotiators?
What?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes,
We are
none of you are
certainly not.
negotiators, which is an actual class in Veil of the Void.
Yes.
That's right, it is.
Yeah,
But none of us are that either. But none of us
I
are,
can
you know.
negotiate with facts and logic.
They're
Something tells me the
cultists.
Hierophants aren't really interested in negotiating in general, but also
Logic and cultists don't necessarily line up.
I never said it was a good plan.
We need good plans, though.
we can sit here all day and come up with bad plans.
Well, I think the best way to do it is to approach our vectors logically to figure out the best way as the ship already has.
Yeah.
Come up with a
Well,
possible
it's like
route.
it'd be great if we could try to make ourselves invisible to their sensors.
Hey, Robot, what,
Stacy.
what would you say are the odds that they could actually follow through on this threat and blow the sun up? Like, what is that even a possibility?
Data inconclusive. However, the stellar engine is not equipped to purposely supernova the star.
Purposely.
You're telling me there's a
Accidentally.
chance.
Yep.
Yes.
Because their threat was, if we even approach, they're gonna set that thing off. I'm hoping that would take a certain amount of time.
I mean, it would
But-
kind of have to, wouldn't it?
In
It's
order
hard to keep
for
something like that on a hair trigger.
in order for the stellar engine to cause the star to supernova, using its intended design, it would take approximately 37.46 solar cycles to initiate such a supernova.
So it would take over a month?
Take 36 and a half years, basically.
Oh, those cycles.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you meant like days.
No.
Okay, so it'd take.
The stellar engine was hypothetically designed in order to move the entire solar system, should it be deemed necessary. However, doing so requires an immense amount of power and a lot of time.
Love the idea of moving a solar system. That's great.
Stellar engines are cool.
Plans
Yep.
plans for auxiliary solar-wide warp fields have been theorized to cut back on the travel time. However, the initiative was determined to be not cost-effective.
I was gonna say, doesn't the Dalkendrith homeworld sort of warp around?
Yeah, their home citadel.
Yeah. So it's just like, what?
Very different from warping a solar system, though.
Oh, I know. It just is one of those. It's if to Kate, but it's kind of like, what? Seems
Alright.
Just to be
fine to me.
clear, the stellar engine isn't currently firing.
You don't know.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it is not normally engaged as a stellar engine outside of the production of power. It's not a modal engine.
And we know it's not
originally.
completely cut off because power has still been
Yeah.
being provided to some extent.
Yeah. There's been about a 40%
can
reduction
shield
in
it
power,
somehow.
but power is still being sent to all the places it should be being sent to. So unless they turned on the actual propulsion of the stellar engine, which you wouldn't really be able to observe from within the system, at least not initially. So you're not sure.
But considering it would take, considering that would take decades.
Well, if we don't have to worry about the sun blowing up, that makes things a lot simpler on our part.
Well, there is magic involved, so that's always making things a bit more difficult.
Yeah.
Do you know any spells that could blow up a sun?
Oh, a few. Granted, they would take a while.
Would they take almost 40 years?
Oh no, depending on how many casters you have and the amount of duration. You see, she just like starts flipping through the book and like brings out a calculator. Give or take, probably like 2-3 days worth of channeling. You could create something that could possibly create a minor nova inside of a sun. Granted, you would need like 20, 25 powerful arcantas that are well taught and know magic. You would also need quite a bit of luck on that side.
Hey, Robit, do we
They
know
did say
anything
there were
about?
about 24 there were about 24 hierophants there.
Robit, do we know anything about these hierophants? Any data on that?
I mean, we got all their data.
I feel like I gave the GM an idea about using magic to blow up the sun if you didn't have one already. I'm disappointed in myself.
You shouldn't be.
I gave precise timelines. That's never a good thing to
That's a
do.
good idea.
That does admittedly give us a couple days, technically.
Data is continuing to be extrapolated. However, I will take into account Ara's newest calculations and scan these documents for any appropriate correlation.
I considered stopping you.
I already had this all planned out.
Oh, I'm
I
sure.
figured.
I was gonna say if he didn't already have a plan for that,
Yeah.
then
No, Jack. It's like this is Jack. He had a plan.
Mhm.
We can give minor details, but he had a plan.
Always have a plan to blow up the sun.
That's the thing. It's like
Well, I mean, I guess let's just sort of disguise our signature, get in as
Yeah.
close as we can, and then the rest we can force our way in. Not really sure how else to go about it.
Yeah,
that
same.
seems about
Mhm.
accurate. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what I was expecting. It's like we can try to disguise ourselves for as long as possible,
Yes.
but we're probably going to end up shooting our way through at some point.
Just as
Let's-
you guys
yeah.
can't see past the inner asteroid field to the station yourselves, it's likely they can't see past it to you.
Right.
So it's really only going to become a problem once you get past the asteroid field.
Okay.
But that is still very much like our own solar system, coming from the asteroid field between Mars.
Mm-hmm.
So there's still a lot of space
Mhm.
to cover.
If we warped close to the station, would they be able to see us before we got there? Like, would they be able to tell that there was a ship warping in?
Depends on what sort of sensors they had.
that basically could, well, you could approach this in a number of different ways, but I'm seeing two myself. You could warp from the inner barrier of the asteroid field to some safe and more or less obscured point on near the station, some like behind the first planet or one of its small moons, or whatnot, and then make a much slower approach towards the station at activating your stealth, your heat sinks, and going in the appropriate stealth vector. Or, which I think you are more specifically asking, if you try to warp in super close to the station, they would certainly detect a warp event, and then it would again come down to how well you can evade or jam their sensors, but that is an extremely risky plan, because obviously if you pull yourself out of warp too early, they'll be able to detect that warp signature, and then you're still well within their firing
range.
umbrella, and they'll just blow you to pieces. Or if you don't pull out of warp quick enough, you could materialize
station.
inside the station and just blow the whole damn thing up.
I mean, that would stop them too.
That would solve our
Yeah.
issues.
Yeah, that could
We
work.
do have...
Suicide run,
And there's
so it's a
about,
possibility.
Well, we have escape pods.
I'm not sure you would want to use those mid-warp.
That's probably fair.
Yes, Arlene?
Yeah, because you said there's about 24 hierophants. How many of, like, say you said there were scientists and janitors and things like that. How many of them are there on that station?
You can work with Stacy to get a more precise number. It looks like there is a core sort of, core council of hierophants. That's probably about 5 or 6 of them. And then there's a number of probably 12 to 15 or so you know, acolytes, general priests, and whatnot. And then there's a few like support personnel, but most of the support personnel, most of the support issues, the maintenance and maintaining the functionality of the station is being performed by their hostages, presumably.
Okay.
Hmm.
Like if we do
Alright.
blow up the station, I'm wondering how many people would die, but we're gonna avoid that. If we can.
Yes, typically jettisoning people into space isn't the. Oh wait. Suppose they did that already.
Also, I imagine if we did that, we'd get shit out by the boss, and that's
If
something
we
I like.
survived.
I mean, there's no easy way to blow up that whole hub. I mean, you're talking about
Yeah.
a central command center that is able to coordinate something that encompasses the whole star. Like
Yeah.
this central hub here, even though there's only like a few dozen people on it at a time, it's probably a
Mhm.
good like 5 or 6 kilometers in diameter. There's really no easy way to do that. I mean, even warping your ship into the center itself would cripple it, but not completely destroy the entire structure.
Hmm.
And unless you want to get really creative, I mean, I'm not saying it's not a possibility, but
We could overload the engines and basically turn the ship into a giant bomb.
yeah. Again, you
Let's
wouldn't survive that.
Talk about missions that aren't
Yes,
suicide
let's
missions, perhaps.
try not dying.
Oh, I thought we
Actually,
wanted to
okay.
do a suicide mission. Okay.
No, that's our
How
see.
That's how our last space adventure ended.
how confident are you all in my piloting abilities?
Oh, I
I
believe in
mean,
you
more
100%.
confident in yours than mine.
All right, I think I can get us close to the station.
Oh no!
I believe in you.
Great. Awesome.
Your odds are higher than if I tried to do it, so that's good.
Yeah, no, you should totally do it.
It's just like a hollow dodgeball, except we're inside it.
But
There you go. Yep.
I'm a little bit
Makes
more
sense to
concerned
me.
now.
yep.
I
Alright,
I
well,
will
finish.
say, as far as your approach vector and whatnot, that would be either a finesse or a mentality check. To use your judgment as far as piloting, that is more anticipating, in like dogfights and whatnot, anticipating enemy movements and fire patterns.
Mm-hmm.
I still think.
I don't. Mm,
You have a better chance than anyone else, really.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
doesn't
have
mean
no
it's
doubt.
a good chance.
Yeah. And
Nice.
Stacy will be assisting and giving you an auto hit.
Look, the slammers never lose.
Hey, look, space.
Hey.
There we go.
Hey, nice.
More data may become available once we are beyond the inner asteroid field.
Well,
New data
any-
incoming.
oh,
Oh, did
Ooh.
we pass the asteroid field?
No, Ara, we have yet to initiate our first warp jump.
Okay.
However-
yeah.
However, your lesson has helped me navigate this data easier. It does seem that the
perfect.
Hierophants do have an interest in the asteroid field itself, and also an interest in what seems to be large-scale arcanting fields.
Uh-huh.
Those
Oh.
fools.
don't worry, guys. I have counterspell.
Right.
I have detected.
That's a great backup plan. I totally. No, actually, counterspell will not work here, dear.
No,
I'm
absolutely
so sorry.
not.
What if you both use counterspell? It'd be a double counterspell.
No.
I mean, that would work if you both used counterspell along with about 4 dozen other people also using
Yeah.
counterspell.
No,
Yeah.
I can only counterspell up to apprentice level spells anyway, so
Yeah.
I don't. Something tells me this might be beyond that.
Yeah.
No.
minor heat signatures and precise movement within the asteroid field leads me to believe that there is some presence within the asteroid field itself. However, we will need to be
Oh.
much closer to get definitive scans.
Well,
we have a
we should
number?
get going anyway. We're just kind of
we
moseying
should,
along here.
I think we've got at least a basic idea, and we can do like we always do with plans and make it up as we go.
Do we
Oh,
want
I
to
thought
take
you
a
were just
look
gonna
at the
say throw it out the
Saskatoon?
window.
Well, that happens sometimes too, but
Yeah, Mecha Ripper.
What was that, Rainier?
No, I was gonna say maybe we should take a closer look at this asteroid belt.
Well, we're gonna have to go through it, so.
I mean, rather than warping through, like warp to it and just take a look before we go to the station.
Yeah, that's
I
not a
was
bad
thinking
idea.
the same thing.
that's kind of smart. Wow, look at you thinking ahead.
He does have high judgment.
That's true.
It's just a question of when
Part
he
of
uses
his,
it.
What's that, Cypress?
I was saying it's part of how he learned to strategize during his slammer days, you know?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely.
Always relevant.
The
Yeah, so
iridescent
while
slammers.
this is going on, I'm going to be trying to like scan over the mechanics and just doing a general assessment of how like I might think we could best approach upon entering or like the ship itself. So I'll be taking some time to do that for a little bit.
Okay. So let's get down into some rolls. You are clear enough from the station to engage your first warp jump.
Nice.
Okay.
Which will be from this point to the outer edge of the asteroid field.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's where we should go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
Don't really want to cross into it yet.
so as far as well, let's see. Ara, go ahead and give me a. So it seems like you're asking for additional insights as to how best to go about utilizing what you have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like trying to examine over everything
Okay.
as she normally does to like try to formulate a plan for at least a
Plans.
minor entrance way.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think of a plan as best you can, but knowing this group, like just kind of seeing our options for when things go wrong.
Okay. To me, that sounds like a memory roll.
Okay.
I think
Good thing I have
there's
tons of bonuses in that.
I think there's an argument to be made as to whether it's an analysis roll or a memory roll. But I think this is Ara more drawing from her experience in other ships and other situations similar to this, and drawing all those pieces together and trying to formulate a plan rather than just specifically looking at each individual piece and trying to put together a puzzle that has a definitive solution. So if you want to go ahead and make me one of those memory checks, which I believe is just a mentality check plus whatever wacky bonuses you may have.
Yeah, +2 bonus dice and then an auto hit die.
All right.
Ara is very old. She remembers a lot of things.
She has a
and
lot to
forgets
think
a lot
about.
of things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of
All right.
memories in there.
Yeah, way too many. A lot of them really bad too. 4.
4. Okay. So that is, if I pull up my handy dandy cheat sheet, 4 hits is a hard test.
Yep.
So let's see here. Spending some more time talking with Stacy and looking over your ship's capabilities and just pondering through some plans in your own mind, you would know that your ship does have these heat sinks, these stealth sinks, which will give the ship itself a skill of Covert 3 and an auto hit die. On top of that, you have approach vectors and appropriate sensor telemetry. Now, the sensor telemetry would be a contested programming check between whoever's doing it on your ship and whoever's doing it on the Solar Observatory. And with this data, that will allow Stacy to grant an auto hit die in assistance to the programming check. Likewise, she will be able to give another auto hit die to the piloting check or the covert check for your stealth approach vector. Now, thinking a little bit more outside the box, as I said before, you could warp from the inner point of the asteroid field to the first planet, the Mercury of this solar system, so they don't detect your warp signature. Go over the either northern or southern pole of the planet to mess with your magnetic signature. And then basically do a not a slingshot, but basically fire up your thrusters real fast, get yourself going in the right direction, and then cut your engines to further reduce your signature.
Okay.
And then you could ride that from the planet to just where you would need to be outside of the station sensor grid, reinitialize your engines and all of that, and go into the approach vector, the stealth approach vector. That'd probably be your best bet.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, I like that one.
Yeah, I like that one too.
Sounds very complicated.
I think that's something that I can handle.
Yeah, I believe in you.
You do this, and it's like literally only one arm ever cracked.
Yeah.
Whereas like one day he just accidentally just finger.
All right. Well, I'll explain that plan over more as I look over it. But
I mean, do you have any other more pointed questions with that?
I think that
Okay.
I was just kind of thinking like of a general, like overarching kind of look over it,
Okay.
as she does typically, like over analyzing everything.
Yeah. You can make sure you are well familiar with the systems of this ship. Yeah. Cool.
All right.
Let's see. What else do we need to do? We actually need to get to the asteroid field. That's where Rainier comes in with some piloting roles.
Are you ready, Captain?
Yes. Right, that is me. Yes, let's get ready to activate this warp here and take us towards the asteroid belt.
All right. You heard her, Robot? Robot?
Stacy.
Stacy?
Yes,
There we go.
Rainier.
She's like, I'm not responding to you unless you actually say my name.
She's going to train you yet.
We're gonna warp to the asteroid field.
Initializing warp engines. Please stand by at piloting, navigation, and engineering for warp jump. So, space travel in Veil of the Void. Whether it is jumping, like jump engines or warp engines, basically go through the same steps. The only difference is the difficulty, time, cost, and danger associated with the drive you're using. We're using a warp drive. So we're within a system. And we are jumping from fairly far out in the system. Remember, the station is just beyond the last planet in this solar orbit. So we are warping from there, basically past another 3 planets to the inside of the asteroid belt.
Okay.
So when a ship warps, you've chosen your destination, and now we need to calculate the time and fuel. I'm not really going to worry about fuel. You guys have plenty of fuel for just a jump there and a jump back. Plenty of fuel for navigating into the system. It's what this ship was designed for. As far as time, warping is a lot quicker than jumping. So to warp from one planet to a neighboring planet only takes about 5 minutes with warp, whereas it would take about 20 minutes from one planet to another with a jump engine. Now that is increased when you're going further and further distances. And I actually believe I had a question for Trevor about this
Uh-oh.
because let's see if I can find the right example here. Yeah, so in the example, it does read, if you warp from your current location to a planet that is 2 planets away,
Mm-hmm.
it would be 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
When warping from one planet to another is usually 5 minutes. So how is there math I'm not considering, or
20 minutes.
I don't want to call you out on live
Oh
stream,
no. No. Thank you, because you know, I always have to edit stuff,
Mhm.
and you know, there's one person
Yeah.
editing for the most part, like re-editing things. So it used to be 10 minutes per jump.
Okay.
I just didn't calculate it
I
properly.
thought
and
maybe
what,
there
so.
was like a wacky exponent situation I was
No,
going on,
no,
but I
no.
was
It
like,
would
wait,
be
that would be
10
25.
minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be 10
Yeah.
minutes
Okay.
to
Cool.
jump
Cool.
to 2 planets away.
Cool.
Well, that's good. Now I can add that to my edit list.
All right.
It's 5 minutes per planet. Cool.
Yeah, so
Yep.
5 minutes per planet. So this will take you 5, 10, 15. This will take you about 20 minutes to get to the asteroid field.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So there are 3 steps we need to take at this point. We need a navigator's check to plot the course. So whoever is on navigation, I need you to make me a navigation check.
What kind of role is that?
It's an analysis check.
Not me.
Specifically, it's an easy
have-
task. It only requires 2 hits.
Yeah,
have
that's
a skill point in analysis.
And just to describe the risks of ahead of time for teaching purposes and for your purposes,
mhm.
More or less, the jump will be successful.
Mhm.
If you fail one or more of these checks, however, will determine in what state the jump happens. So if you fail the navigation check, instead of being over here, you'll appear somewhere over here. So it'll increase travel time. You might jump in too close to the asteroid field and have to perform like an emergency pull-up or something. You might take some damage from small meteorites battering against the hull, whatnot.
And then if we critically fail, we could end up in the warp
Yeah,
or
that'd
in
be-
the void.
that'd
So
be bad.
that's fun.
There's also an
Maybe I
engineering
should.
check that needs to be done. If that goes bad, it could overheat your engines, which could cause trouble in the future. It could, if your engines are running hot, heat sinks won't be able to dissipate enough heat for your cloaking systems to work correctly. It might increase the amount of time it takes to get from one place or another because your efficiency just isn't there anymore. And the piloting check is probably the most important of these 3 checks. I mean, they're all fairly important. But that, again, is your ability to... I mean, not navigate, because navigate is controlled by the navigator. But to safely get from point A to point B along the appropriate route. So just like if navigation failed, if your piloting failed, you could also, not have followed the course correctly, wind up in the wrong place, pop out too close or too far, yada yada. So
I can do mechanics. Have high mentality, and I have a point in mechanics. So
All right, I guess I'll take navigation.
all right.
Go
what
ahead
does the
and roll it now.
mechanics guide give me, by the way?
The mechanics guide gives you a bonus die to
Okay.
mechanic checks.
Even better.
So let's start with navigation.
So I'm just gonna sit behind my guns.
Yeah.
Ooh, that
It's
is
fine.
3 successes out
Okay.
of 4.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, and those are 3
I still have
sixes
a-
too.
Still have a pip, yeah. But
All right.
that's
Good
3
job.
sixes, and I'm going to add a pip to that one.
Sure.
It doesn't do anything, but I still want to add it anyway.
I mean, it's not a 1.
So
then.
you
Yeah,
actually
It's a 2 now.
can't add a pip to a 1.
Yeah, ones are the only
Right,
ones
that's
you
right.
can't adjust.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I want to add a pip to one of the 6s.
Sure, we can turn that in. Wait, that
Yeah.
doesn't work.
It's
Um,
There you go.
plus.
So Cypress does manage to plot a fairly precise course. Yeah, you are definitely finding an efficient method through the veil from where you are to just the real outer bounds of the asteroid field. Now we need to prime the engines over in engineering, get those warp engines properly calibrated and fired up. So that is
Okay.
an average 3 hits needed mechanics check.
Okay. Well, I got exactly 3, so good
Nice,
job.
nice. All right. Yes, the engines spool up. They start coming online. I imagine. I imagine warp engines do use a combination of actual physics theory and a little bit of arcanting to puncture
Yeah, so
through the.
they're arcanic devices
Mhm.
too. So they use like my one friend is like a physics engineer, so he like went super depth into it, and I
Love
was
it.
like, good. I'm glad that's there. I'm glad it works. But yeah, so
Physics.
the core kind of has a order crystal at the center of it that also allows it to properly balance itself as it's warping.
Nice.
So
Nice.
yeah.
Nice.
All right, the engines spool up. They start rotating, glowing, and a little bit of arcane energy starts sparking from them. And yeah, the warp engines are primed. There's a small warp tear that appears at the front of the ship that is ready to be
Nice.
expanded as you puncture through it with your piloting check. So this is where Rainier comes in. Now we're gonna need an average 3 hits piloting check from Rainier.
And
I'm
you
just
said
over
that
here reading a magazine.
Stacy's helping me with this, right?
Stacy will be able to help you.
If she's not, that's okay.
Yeah, Stacy can help you with this. Yeah, she'll give you an auto hit.
Our weapons master's just got her legs up on
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
No,
And
she
then
does not.
I need to
She
use
doesn't want to get.
either
She does because that's not getting dirty.
either finesse or mentality, right? You said I couldn't use judgment.
Correct. Yeah, finesse or mentality.
Okay. All right. This I think I've got this. Okay, so I have an auto hit from Stacy.
Yep.
I have an auto hit because I have the ace pilot expertise.
Nice.
And then I rolled 3 more successes.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
There you
critical
go.
hit on it. Nice.
Yeah, that is actually a critical.
I knew I could rely on you.
So
My
criticals
motivational speech.
criticals do actually
That did it.
criticals
Sorry.
do help even outside of combat. In combat,
Mhm.
of course, they provide extra damage and you get to roll on the critical effects chart. But Veil of the Void does encourage you to use criticals narratively as well with the critical spectrum, from critical successes to what's the term?
Which ones? There's critical success, critical failure, advantageous failures,
And unfortunate success. That's
unfortunate success.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So there's critical success, unfortunate success, advantageous failures, and critical failures. So with a critical success on your piloting check, I'm going to say that you come out in a very advantageous position, but I won't. I'll recall this for the future and give you some bonuses. So you initialize the warp. This field expands in front of you, and you fly into it, punching through the veil. And there's a tear momentarily as you feel the atmosphere around you just become overcharged with the arcane energies of the veil, and there is a very very like split second sort of spaghettification effect that you can sense but not necessarily feel, as you are pulled from this reality into the into the veil. And you're going to ride along that for the next 20 minutes. So, like I said before, I imagine warp in this system, given what Trevor said earlier, to be very similar to the slipstream in Andromeda, if anyone's familiar with that. So I imagine we see... because I'm still learning all of the lore and all of the setting information for this, because there's a lot of it, and I focused mainly on mechanics just so we can play the game. Would you like to describe what we see as we're traveling through
Yeah,
through
this
warp.
is one of my. I love space travel
Yeah.
in this game because I had to think long and hard about how to make stuff make sense because I like things to make sense.
Yeah.
When you use it. So basically, this like small tear opens up. We go through it, and all along outside this wall, it's almost like we're moving super fast through water. And so like just like this magic stream just flows by us as we're going through it. So like imagine like almost like strands of white and blue kind of mixed together, just moving past our windshield. So it's not like the standard space jumps where you see like stars moving quickly past us. We're literally going through like a magical almost like energy field of just like this beautiful like display of water almost just rushing past us.
Nice. I like it.
That's why it's called the Veil Stream.
Efforts approved.
The Veil Stream.
Yeah,
Right.
there's
Yeah.
actually a species of space mermaids that live inside the Veil Stream too.
Oh,
So
that's awesome.
I love it.
Cool.
I love it.
yeah,
I love it.
yeah. There's actually like parts in space. I'm working on a like mini expansion of that's like pirate themed, and there's actually areas in space where the Veil Stream like leaks, and there's like a whole ecosystem of like coral reefs formed of like asteroids and
Nice.
like massive space jellyfish
Really
floating
cool.
around, and that's
Wanna
where
go
like
there.
the space mermaids kind of hang out in, and there's also like an anglerfish species that chill out there.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
wanna
All
go
sorts of
there.
fun
I was gonna
things.
I was gonna say like void reefs. Yeah.
Yeah, void reefs
That's
that
great.
exist there just in the random
I love it.
areas, and it's super cool.
I love it. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you guys will be traveling through this for about 20 minutes if there is anything else you would like to do during this time. Because you're basically going to be popping out right at the edge of this asteroid field.
I'm just gonna be writing some general runes within my book.
You know what? Just for the abundance of caution, because it helped last time, I'll probably just so that way I can get the most out of this. I'll wait until like we're about to arrive at the end of the warp. But Rainier is going to attempt to cast True Sight.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
On himself.
Okay.
Rainier's got some good judgment over here. He's making proper decisions.
It
know, it's
worked
like
out
over
last
him.
time.
I'm
It got
going
me
to
in the
describe my
in the
melee
surprise
weapons with a spell.
Mhm.
Okay, so let me make an arcanting check for that real quick.
'Cause I have Spellblade.
I get a bunch of dice for this.
Yeah, it's just something I do. It doesn't count as anything.
Let's see. If I add a pip to that, I think I just need 3 to succeed on that. So that should success. Yeah, that successfully casts.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll add my
you need
charge
3.
save. Okay, so yeah, just to remind you, GM, my passive perception is raised to 4,
Mhm.
hard. I cannot be ambushed and always partake in surprise rounds, gain an auto hit on insight checks, and can always tell the difference between real and illusion.
Okay.
Nice.
That's very nice to have.
Mhm.
For the next
Very
hour.
good for a mimic to have.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Now, I do question how that would affect interpreting ship sensors.
I don't think it would work for the sensors.
Yeah.
It would just work for what he can physically see.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
like looking out your windshield, you would be able to see things. And if you should
Yeah.
go EVA or, go on an asteroid walk or something, you would have that about. But if you're relying on ship sensors, that doesn't really give you
Yeah.
any bonus there.
Yeah. So if he's
I'm
looking
mainly-
outside and there's like an invisible ship, he'd be able to
Yeah.
see that. But
Yeah.
the sensor would not.
Also, the cannot be ambushed thing is the main reason why I wanted it.
Yeah, that helps out a lot for
Yeah.
our ship as a pilot. That's very smart.
Mhm. Okay. Does anyone else have any preparations before we get to the asteroid field?
Not really.
I don't think I have
Just,
anything.
you know,
Empress is probably just
ready
playing
if we
with
have to go.
their, Empress is probably just playing with their new chain saber, getting a feel for it,
Okay.
In the ship?
Oh, it's fine.
Sure,
Just
in
don't
the
let it
rec
hit
room,
the wall.
No!
I'm not going too crazy. I'm just getting a feel for the weight and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
Stay away from my weapons.
Okay. So, 20 minutes goes by, and there's sort of the reverse of what I described before. You can feel a sort of negative charge as you feel. It almost feels like you're being sucked back into real space. There's a brief, like your breath catches in your throat for a second when you feel as if the ship itself just spontaneously decompressed. But that's not the case. The atmosphere is just fine. It's just this weird negative arcane effect that just split second happens, and then you are back in proper void space, back in proper solar space. And you are just outside of the asteroid field. This was a perfect warp from the right amount of engine thrust to the proper approach vector to some great piloting on Rainier's part. You are just outside of the asteroid field. In fact, exited out of warp behind a particularly large asteroid. So you are actually fairly well hidden from anything that may currently be within the asteroid field at this point.
Nice. Good job, team. I knew we could do it.
Thanks, Cap.
Do we have a
Good job, everybody who contributed to this, so not me.
Great job not getting in the way.
Rude.
We're all team players.
What was that, Rainier?
I said we're all team players.
Before that.
I was gonna say, should we ask the robot to do a scan?
Oh, yeah, because there was a thing here.
No, she has a name.
Stacy is around to assist. She doesn't roll any checks herself. You guys can roll a scan, and she can assist in the analysis of it. So that would be what is the term?
Be insider observation?
An analysis check?
I believe it should be an analysis check.
I believe so.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm good at analysis.
Because observation, again, would be looking outside a window, which doesn't really help in space because space is big. This is the analysis of sensor data.
Oh, let me do analysis. Because
Okay.
I want to contribute.
Yeah. It makes perfect sense because targeting systems would be tied, of course, directly into sensors.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that is a mentality.
I know it's probably a moot, but Rainier is going to be looking out the front windshield.
Sure.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. That's so I have 6 mentality and I have 2 skill point analysis, so I get an extra die. Ooh! I got 5 successes.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice.
That's good.
It's like 3 5s and 2 6s.
That's good. It was important that I brought up before that Truth Sight did not really help with relying on sensors. Because, Rainier, you look out the window and you see a gigantic rock. That's about all you see. You warped directly in front of one of these large asteroids to give yourself a nice hiding place for when you come out of warp.
That's a large rock.
That's a nice
big old
boulder.
rock.
There's nothing invisible on this asteroid.
That's true. There is not. That's very true.
Good to know. Good to know.
However, with Stacy's help and Katie's expert interpretation of sensor data, mainly for target acquisition and whatnot, Katie's, you do see that there is a small fighter ship that is currently at minimal power, just sort of coasting along the asteroid field.
Okay, so I point that out to everybody.
You do see that it is not station security. It does not look like any legitimate personal craft or a corporation
has it
craft.
been rebranded?
I mean, you can't see it, so you can't look out the window to see if it has an emblem on the side. And it's not currently transmitting any sort of because it's on low power, it's not currently transmitting any electromagnetic data or whatnot. But it's out here and hasn't flown into the sun, so it's a fairly good bet that it's either just derelict and incapable of navigating or using engines, or it's a higher fin ship.
Yeah.
Do we want to try to get in touch just in case?
Well, why would we want to give away our position?
I mean, what if it isn't a higher fin ship?
Maybe we can pick it up on the way back.
We could. I mean, if we think it's a Hierophant ship, we could just ignore it. Jump to the station. But if it's someone out here that's stranded,
Well, then we can get them on the way back.
I guess that's right.
So what does the ship look like? Does it look older?
It is a small, what looks to be either a single or two-person fighter craft. Basic analysis of just the profile of the ship, because that's about all you get at this point. It does look like it's most likely a generation or two behind. It does look old. It probably has been retrofitted and repaired a number of times.
I don't trust it.
I mean, if it's something like that, if it comes at us, I'm pretty sure we could blow it out of the void pretty easily.
Fair.
Well, we might find out.
Incoming scan detected.
There we go.
Ah.
Hey, Robit, can we do that whole stealth thing that we do?
Activate
the
cell
falling
shields,
state.
please.
Yeah.
Heat sinks initialized. However, the warp engines are still cooling down.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a way engineering person can help with that? Or do we just have to give it time?
Not much. You have to vent the heat.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it'll cook the ship and us.
Yep.
Well, you are actively being scanned at this point. So even
Yeah.
if you initiate stealth maneuvers, because it's not like, in my mind, it's not like Star Trek Romulan cloaking where you literally become spectrally invisible. You are simply, it's more like a Mass Effect where you have internal heat sinks that mask the heat of your ship.
Yeah, I figured.
Bar
which is why
any
I
electromagnetic
literally
like
described it.
radio signals or whatnot that would be shooting out into space, and then you would use stealth approach vectors to get around sensor telemetry and whatnot. So it's not like you're literally going invisible.
Yeah.
Well, we've lost our cover, so I'm not letting them get the jump on us, and I'm gonna start moving the navigating the ship to
detected
get over
in
toward them.
What detected?
power detected in unknown vessel. Engines initializing.
Oh,
Okay.
Well, with it's initializing, can we get any more information off of it?
If you would like to, spend time to do an analysis check, you can do so.
I'm flying at this ship right now.
yeah, like it's
Yeah. It's like, no, I'm gonna
Okay.
get ready for
With
combat.
what intent?
I mean, I'm not gonna fire the gun that I have. I'm just going.
I'm
to
not
fly
firing yet, but
at
I'm
it.
getting ready.
Okay. Let's go ahead and break this down into what is hopefully going to be a real quick combat.
I knew it.
Okay.
So-
I feel like that.
Ah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Snitch or
What's that, Arlene?
the snitch ship. I feel like that ship's going to snitch, so we got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
It's
This might have been a bad idea.
that's a good assumption.
I
Okay.
did want to just shoot it right then, but no, we should check and make sure.
Now, when it comes to when it comes to initiative for a ship, I would assume that would be piloting.
Yes. So it's just the initiative is actually just roll 1d6 and then add the ship's finesse to it
Okay.
to save time. Because basically
Yeah.
we're all one entity inside the
Mhm.
ship.
Right. Okay. Somebody roll me a d6 for your ship.
4
Okay.
plus what?
Is it a finesse? You said.
Yeah.
It's
So
the
that puts
ship's
us at
finesse.
that put us at 11, or if we have a finesse. of
Yeah,
7.
you're going first.
Yeah. Yay!
You're going first.
Yeah, I would hope so against a derelict ship.
Yeah.
Against an old one.
Okay. So, basically, when it comes to ship-to-ship combat, it is your ship and all of you on the inside, and then their ship and all of them on the inside.
Yep.
Cool.
So you all get to go through and make your declare your actions.
I'm firing my gun.
So let's approach this from as with most things in Veil of the Void, it comes down to fairly, logical GM discretion. I'm going to say let's start out with a piloting check to see, if we get into a good weapons range and weapons lock for this.
Okay. Can I use judgment for this?
You can, yeah, because it
Okay.
does look like as soon as this ship powered up, it's begun making evasive maneuvers as it spools up its jump drive.
Remember, since
Awesome.
it's on the other side of the slash, it does roll with an auto miss die too.
What?
So on skills, there are 2 different slashes
Yeah.
for skills. So a backslash means that there's no negatives. When it's a straight line, anything on the right of that straight line rolls with an auto miss die because it's a bit more complex to
Oh.
use it. Yeah.
So for piloting, I get an auto miss fusing gesture. Okay, got it.
Yeah. So you just add a 1. Just make sure to keep that in mind.
Okay. And I still get that auto hit though, because
Yeah.
So it
So
balances
it
out,
basically
yeah.
balances each
Cool,
other
cool.
out. But I just
Hopefully
want to make
I'll-
sure since we're teaching the rules, I might as well throw that in there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, sure. I'm rolling with a lot of dice, so hopefully I don't critically fail.
I believe in you.
Okay, let's see. Okay, well there's 5, so 6 successes. So that's another
Yay.
crit.
Okay.
And then 3 failures with the auto miss, and then 1 neutral. But I could change some of those with a pip. So, but it's all good. I'm pretty sure that 6 successes will be good enough.
Yeah.
Is that 6 including
Yeah,
your
hope so.
auto hit?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so a critical success, once again, we don't need to go over and beyond this, really. You realize what is going on. Your ship is much faster and your reflexes are trained. You immediately, roll the ship into an appropriate trajectory, skimming just in front of this asteroid and making your way very quickly to this much smaller ship, and getting to a position, a very good position, sort of fairly close, but above and behind for Katie's to triangulate and fire down with both of her plasma cannons.
Nice.
Okay.
So, go ahead and roll me a d3 to see how many
Yep.
shots you get on this first.
3.
Nice, you get 3
Oh,
shots
no.
using your first.
Amazing.
So
Yeah.
so at this point you would make
Good
3 dual wielding skills.
Okay. So that's using my finesse. Yeah, that's my finesse for me. For me, it's finesse. So let's see. I have
This thing is done.
5 finesse plus an extra die, so that's 6 plus 2 for an attack.
Yes. Yep. Starship Combat works the same as on foot combat, which works the same as any other skill check, except you get
Yep.
+2 because it's an attack. I love that it all uses the same mechanics.
Oh, I tried so hard to design that.
Yeah.
I did not want complex stuff to where you have to remember like 60 different rules for
Mhm.
Yeah.
the same actions.
Okay, so I got 3 failures, but 5 successes.
Okay. That is more than enough to target this little ship. So go ahead and roll your damage. That will be 3d6 plus 5, plus your ship's
the
power,
ship's
which is
power.
6. So it's 3d6 plus 11.
Do I get an extra d6 for the crit?
You do.
10, 12, 13, 18, math, 24.
24. Okay.
Yeah, 24.
You target your dual plasma cannons and send out your first volley. The plasma does sort of... There's a burst of light as it impacts the enemy ship's shields, but it does puncture straight through and do some damage to the ship as well.
Do
You
I
still
get
have
to
2
roll
more
on the
attacks.
crit table?
You do get to roll on the crit table. Obviously, you can't sprain the wrist of a fighter craft, but the mechanical detriments will still...
I got a 2, so it's plus 5 bonus damage.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
There we go.
Nice.
And okay, so that's 4 naturally. Is that enough to hit?
Yeah.
Okay, then I won't add a pip.
Okay.
So that's 4 hits and 1 failure.
Okay.
So 3d6.
3d6 plus 11.
Yep. 8, 9, 20.
Another 20 damage. Nice.
Nice.
And go again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, forgot one. Only got 2 this time.
That does still hit.
Is.
This ship is only lightly armored.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
Okay.
That's what I like to hear.
I almost crit failed though. I got 4 misses.
Okay.
Ooh.
So go ahead and roll your damage again. 3d6 plus 11.
Yeah. 17 because I rolled 3 2s.
Okay.
A lot of 2s this roll.
All right. That was your ship's first attack action. You get 2.
Yeah, I know. So I roll another d3.
What's that, Trevor?
So I was looking over the rules, and you
Yes.
can change this differently if you'd like. So the specific one we're using takes up 2 weapon slots, and it gives you the D3 attacks. So
I
it
see.
doesn't give you
Gotcha.
2 additional attacks. So basically, I could see where that wording gets really confusing. But just for future stuff, you roll 1d3, and that's how many additional attacks you get.
Okay.
Oh,
That does make more
So-
sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was like, that seems really broken, and
Yeah.
I know I make really broken stuff, but I don't think I made it that broken.
okay. So how are we doing it then? So I got-
Then you're done. That was your attack action.
So it would have been the 3 attacks, and that would make your collective attack with it.
Even with there being 2 guns?
Yeah, you're firing
So-
both at the same time.
Yeah, so
Oh,
you're
okay.
firing them both at the same time. Basically, you get the action of like a sustained fire weapon just without having to re-roll or anything like that. So
Okay.
it gives you more attacks
Okay.
than you would normally have with a starship. So
Okay.
Yeah, I was
Right.
I was thinking like seven possible attacks per
Yeah.
round was going to be a
I know
little,
it would
but
be
you know, I
super
was
cool to
going-
roll 7 attacks, but
Oh well, I got 3 attacks though, so that's
yeah,
good.
so you rolled real high on the chart, so you definitely did a lot there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
I did I got a crit too, so that was
Oh
nice.
yeah, you did. So
I was like, okay, so that's me done.
Okay.
okay.
So I have a gun too, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I'm assuming I just use Weapons Master for this
Yeah.
Yes.
to roll. Okay.
Yep.
So,
Weapon. Yeah. So it would be the ship's
Finesse.
finesse. Yeah, it would be the
Or
ship's finesse.
Ship's power, not finesse. Sorry.
okay.
Yeah, I was
so
thinking it was power.
6.
Yeah, you're right. I'm so used to finesse, but it
Mhm.
would be power plus whatever bonus dice you get from your weapons
Oh.
mastery, and then
Wait,
any
should I have been using
bonuses.
the ship's finesse for firing my things?
The power for their things typically
Yes.
yes.
Oh,
But
oops,
if-
well, that's fine.
That's my
for
bad.
next round.
That's my bad. Yeah.
Yep, we'll get it next round.
Yes, I did mean to break things down, but you were very enthusiastic to make your attacks.
It was great.
That sounds like me.
Yeah.
So
No,
I
like
still
I
get-
said.
I still
Uh,
get my 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
And then-
ship combat works just like it does in any other combat, but you use the
Yep.
ship stats. Instead of you
Okay.
use the ship's virtues instead of your virtues, but you can apply
Yep.
you apply your skill to it
Okay.
and any
And
expertise or
then-
other funkiness you may get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if you have vehicle weapons, you also get bonuses to attacking with the
Mhm.
weapons. So
No, but I don't.
So I have some bad news.
What?
So I got 3 hits.
Okay.
You crit failed though, didn't you?
I crit failed, yeah.
oh no.
Okay.
That gun jammed.
So that is an unfortunate success, and yes, usually that does just mean the gun jams. So you do get the shot off because it was a successful shot. So you spool up this slug thrower, basically this large mag rail mounted to the bottom of the cockpit,
Mhm.
and you spool that up, and you hear this electrical discharge as, just something goes wrong and there's just down underneath the cockpit of this ship, and you see a slug being thrown at super high velocity towards the ship. So go ahead and roll your damage for that. That is going to be that is 2d6 plus 10.
Okay.
Plus 5, because that's our power.
Yeah.
Used to hit it.
So 2d6 plus 15.
Correct.
Okay. So it'll be 24.
Okay. 24 damage.
Nice.
Let me check this ship here. Yes. Has a no, this is a real dinky ship. It only has a vitality of 3, so this is gonna go straight through its shields. Its shields are down. What
Nice.
what was the damage you said again?
24.
24. Okay.
Nice. Good job, team. Wearing away their ships.
There we go. Yeah, so between plasma shots and this large slug that is thrown at the ship, like the slug just goes straight through one of the wings. And there's a small bit of atmosphere that vents, but this is a small, like, 1 or 2 person craft, so you didn't hit any vital systems, but there's definite structural damage. Okay.
Cool.
That leaves Aura and Cypress if they have anything they would like to do.
Well, someone needs to unjam the gun now.
Oh,
Oops.
right. Can I do that since I'm there?
You presumably you are back in engineering, having just warped in, but you could spend this turn using the sprint action to get up to the front of the ship in order to do so. Unless you have anything you would like to do in engineering, but quite frankly, your ship is, full power, full hull, full shields.
Yeah, you make a good point. I'm gonna go to navigation and see what I can do up there.
Okay.
Yeah, you could always hop in the co-pilot too and attack with another one of our base attacks.
Well, if the gun wasn't jammed.
Yeah, the gun's
gun
jammed.
wasn't
So, yeah.
jammed. Yeah. Yeah, true.
Gotta clear
Yeah,
that gun
I guess
first.
I'll just I'll unjam the gun.
Okay. Yes, so you will sprint the unjam action. Let me bring up my cheat sheet here. That is one of your movement abilities. Now you are having to use your movement phase to sprint. To unjam, you have to use half your movement to unjam a weapon. So it's going to take your entire movement to get up to the front, so you don't have the movement to unjam. If there's any actions you would like to take up here, you could do so, but at this point it's basically just fire the weapon, which is jammed and you can't use.
Actually, it says that navigators can perform an analysis check during combat to target a weak point on the ship.
You can.
Oh yeah,
Give
that would be
weapons
a good
+1
choice.
bonus die.
Yes.
I
Tell
guess
'em what
I'll do
for.
that. Nope, I
No good.
don't do anything.
Oh,
Good. Yeah.
Yeah, that ship is in evasive maneuvers and sending out a bit of ECM, electromagnetic countermeasures. You
Makes
cannot
sense.
really get a precise weapons lock beyond what Katie's and Rainier have already been able to pummel into this ship. Ara, anything from you?
Yeah, so being in the captain's chair, I'm gonna kind of like message down to Katie's, and I'm gonna be like, Katie's, you're doing a wonderful job. I think you should shoot again. And I'll
I
let her
agree
make
on that.
one extra attack. She doesn't get to roll the D3, but she gets to make one extra attack.
All right.
It's like, you know what? I agree with that. Okay, so this time I'm going to use the correct stats.
Yes. That would
so
be the
that's
ship's power, which I believe is 5? 6?
No,
Six,
6 power.
6.
+2 bonus
bonus
for attack, and
Mhm.
I have a +1 die from dual wielding, so
There you
that's 9.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's 3 failures, 2 neutrals, and 3 neutrals and 3 successes.
Okay. That'll hit.
Yay.
Roll your 3d6 plus 11.
Blow her to pieces.
D20 because I rolled 11.
What was it?
I said 20 because I rolled 11.
Gotcha. Okay. That is going to bring us to the Hierophant Fighter's turn.
Okay.
It is
Bring it on.
It is smoking. It is sparking. It looks
Smoking's bad for your
terrible.
health. I'm not sorry for that joke.
Yeah, there was a possibility it was going to get away, but with the critical success jumping in and how much damage you just dealt,
Yeah.
because it takes 2 rounds to channel a jump to a neighboring system. So it's spending most of this turn. It has to channel that jump. Where's my cheat sheet? Yeah, so that well, it's initiated it, so it's going to have to use half its movement and an extra action to maintain the charge on that jump, as per maintain channel, which is a movement phase option. It does get to make, it is actually a 2-person craft, which you'll be able to pick up now that active scanners can pick up some more information. So it is going to... I probably should have given it a dodge check last round, but I didn't. Oh well. I am going to... one of them is going to divert power to the shields with an engineering check to see if it can block more of your ridiculous number of attacks.
And this is after making it less ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so that is going to be, on my part,
it was like
check.
7 attacks sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
It did. I mean, it's like, I like rolling dice, but I'll admit that sounded like a lot.
Yeah.
Well, now
I
we're
make
down
mine
to
very
3.
broken, but
Maybe 3.
Yeah, maybe 3.
All right, there we go. Okay. Yes, I need to...
I love ship combat in this game.
So
we all get to do something.
I don't think there's really any way to properly repair the ship.
They can perform mechanics checks instead of directly doing like any of the engineering stuff. So it's kind of difficult to do so, but
yeah. So how much would that heal? Is that a specific expertise or piece of equipment?
A skill. So let me go over here to mechanics.
Ah, right. It's built into the mechanics rules.
Yes.
Makes sense.
All right. So going over to mechanics.
No, that's actually only for mechs and prototypes. So you may not be able to heal a ship.
Okay.
You actually need an expertise to heal a ship. So
yeah.
That makes sense.
Pretty sure that's what it was. Okay. So it is simply going to use its mechanics check to see if it can increase the number of attacks it can absorb with its shields.
Or if there's an architect involved, because they can do weird ship stuff too.
Right. Yeah. Architects with all their scrap. I like architects. They're great.
They're such a fun one.
Yeah. All right. So let's roll this. So that would normally that would use the individual's mentality, correct? Yeah, because obviously ships don't have their own mentality.
Yes.
Let's see.
Stacy probably does.
Maybe your ship doesn't.
Their ship doesn't. Yours kind of does. Yeah. Okay. It rolled fairly well there.
Great, the one mechanically inclined cultist.
There has to be one.
Why he's on that ship.
Yeah.
He's made some questionable life decisions.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that, because they rolled 2 successes, but I don't think that's going to be enough to absorb an extra hit.
fair.
Because I believe, again, this all comes down to GM discretion. I don't see any concrete rules as to how many hits you need to
Yeah.
generate additional shield power and whatnot.
Honestly, I can't imagine it being anything less than
Right, an average
3.
check at the very least,
Yeah.
and he only got 2.
Yeah.
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 Okay, so nothing there. I'm going to for the main pilot here. There's not really anything built in as far as evasive maneuvers that would simply use their reaction to dodge. You know what? It's going to use its movement phase to sprint, so it's going to try to start clearing the distance away from you and just see if it can get
How
away.
dare it?
Yeah. But I believe your ship is faster than
Good.
theirs.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
I know.
Well,
They're probably
Too
more
bad,
Actually-
too bad we
maneuverable,
can't
we're
get
probably
reactionary
faster.
strikes with the ship.
I know, right?
yeah.
Maybe you can.
That's true. That's true.
We do have a mimic.
It is a fast little ship. You see, it does initialize its interplanetary travel. It's FTL travel. It's large rocket thrusters, and it does propel itself a lot faster than you expected it would. They seem to have overclocked the thrusters.
Hmm.
Nice.
And you know what?
No.
It's gonna veer into the asteroid field.
Oh,
It's gonna try to lose you in the asteroid field.
how dare it?
Oh, I
Alright,
relish
Ace
that
Pilot.
challenge. I'm ready.
Okay, so
It's like,
he's
alright, Ace
going to
Pilot,
make.
don't kill us.
I have 100% faith.
I
he
think
can do
I
this.
would call that a covert action over a piloting action.
Yeah.
If it's specifically trying to lose you.
So it's
Hi.
contested.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be contested in that case.
All
So
right.
it would be
Goes up
your
against his judgment, doesn't it?
it would be your observation, which I believe is a judgment skill, versus their covert.
I'm using observation.
Since
Okay.
since I'm the navigator, could I do the observation check? Because I have a thing for observation checks.
Well, he also has eyeglass scanner too. He gets +1
Oh
observation.
yeah, you do.
checks.
Yes, I do. Cool. Okay, so that gives me I don't actually have any skill points in observation, but I still have 8 dice. So,
Does Truth Sight give you
Oh,
anything?
there we
right
go.
now?
Oh yeah.
not for observation, I don't believe. It gives me passive observation, but as far as rolling goes, it doesn't give me anything.
Okay.
Unless it like turns invisible, then I would still be able to see it. But
Right.
I don't know. Something tells me
Yeah.
I don't think a ship like this would be capable.
Don't-
of
No,
something
yeah.
like
It's
that.
just
I
trying to
don't
lose
think
you in the
so.
asteroid field. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to put physical barriers between you.
Yeah.
Shoot, I wish I had some pips. Well, I got 3 successes, and
Okay.
I did not critically fail, so that's good. I almost did.
Yay!
I rolled 4 failures and 3 successes, and then 1 neutral.
We're getting very close to failing stuff, and I do not like that.
How many successes
Stop
did
it.
you get?
I got 3.
Yeah, you managed to keep up with it just fine.
Yay!
Okay,
Good
cool,
job, pilot.
cool. All right.
Okay, that does mean, however, you need to veer into the asteroid field along with it. Forgone. What is the past tense of forgo?
Went.
Forwent. It forwent.
I don't know.
It forwent its attack in order to, more specifically covert into the field. So this is going to bring us back to your turn. You are able to follow it. However, you are going to, just in order to keep up with it and maintain a weapons lock with all of the extra asteroids in the way, is going to require you to use your movement action to sprint, essentially.
That's okay. My gun's broken anyway.
Yeah, your gun's broken anyway. So you won't be able to unjam it or fire it this turn because it is jammed. But Cypress on her
Yeah.
turn could unjam it.
So
Also,
do I need to
look
make
it
a
up.
piloting check for that?
Forward is the past tense.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a well. I think I would rule that was built into. Oh, no, that was an observation check. That was your ability to maintain. Your
Visual.
ability to find it. You are going to need a piloting check to be able to
Okay.
specifically line up.
Good luck.
All right.
This will determine how many obstacles there are in the way between Katie's guns and that ship.
Okay. So I have
I would-
one auto hit and one auto miss.
Okay.
Yep.
That will be.
I would like fewer obstacles.
So this is going to be interesting. So I rolled 4 failures with the auto miss. That'll be a critically fail.
Yeah.
However, with the auto success, I got 4 successes.
No pips. Oh wait, you only have 9
Okay.
dice.
Actually, I do have a pip. So that'll be 5 successes, but not a crit. I
Yes.
critically fail.
I know, but still, it's 5 successes.
So that's both a critical hit and a critical miss, or critical
Yep.
failure.
I mean,
Okay.
it wasn't the 5th one wasn't natural.
Yeah.
So I
Right,
mean,
it was a
it's
pip, so it
critical.
does not count as a critical hit.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So
But still, why not use your pip? You've got it.
yeah, why not?
Because I can't use a pip to like cancel a critical fail, can I?
You can use
You
a
can.
pip to cancel a 2 to make
Cancel
it
a 2.
3, but you
and
cannot.
if I do that,
It would no
Will I-
longer be a
will I-
critical failure.
Yep,
I'm gonna do that then.
Yeah.
There you go.
4 hits and 4 misses.
There you go. There you go.
that's what pips are there for.
Yeah.
If you can't
Okay.
use it to add something, you can use it to remove.
hmm
Yeah.
Alright,
Very
so no
good.
critical fail, 4 hits.
Very good. Very
There
good.
we
I didn't realize you could use them to cancel crits.
Yes, that's
Yes.
the best part about.
You
pips.
just can't change ones.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
Right.
I rolled like all 2s. So.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool,
And
cool.
you can't make a 5 a natural hit. So
Right.
Right.
Mhm.
All right. Cool. That makes it easier on my part. Yes. So that was 4 successes. You said.
Yes,
that's
4.
that's more than enough to keep up with this ship as it moves about. I was going to say you needed at least 3 to maintain a lock. However, it would give you -2 bonus dice on the attack because there would be
Mhm.
asteroids in the way. But you even got past any of that. So that will
Nice.
lead us to
piloting.
Thank you.
guys tell me who's up next.
Honestly,
Okay.
Okay.
would Cypress like to
Next, I
try and
can unjam
unjam the
the-
gun since she's right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll unjam the gun with half of my movement.
Nice.
Work.
Yeah, that just spends your movement. There's no
Yep.
check involved.
Cool. And I
She
guess
can
I
fire.
will. Yeah, I guess I'll fire the gun.
Okay.
You said weapons master, right?
It would be the ship's
It's
power as far as your
ship's
dice
power.
pool, and then your weapons mastery skill, because it
Yep.
is a singular ranged weapon.
Yep. And then plus 2
Right,
bonus
right.
dice.
Yes.
Because you always add that on. attack.
Yes, always +2 bonus dice for an attack.
Yeah, that is 8.
And I'm going to say shoot them down and give you +1 auto hit die as
There you
well
go.
as my cap.
Nice.
Thanks, Captain.
That. Oh my god. That is 2 failures. Oh, plus the auto hit die, so that's 1 success.
That's 4 failures.
So that would be
sorry,
2
yeah,
successes.
that would be 2
total,
successes.
right?
2 successes.
Yeah,
Oh,
because
The
auto-
5 you
Fine.
rolled and the auto hit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 2 successes.
Okay. That is enough to hit. It only has light
Okay.
armor.
Whew, I'm
Yeah.
glad I gave you the auto hit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you can do this.
Yeah, I'm not-
Cypress.
Not the greatest at So remind me what I roll for damage again.
2d6 plus 15.
Yep.
Okay. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, it's a good amount of damage.
Mm-hmm.
I love ship combat because the damage just skyrockets
Yeah.
until you're
That's
sitting on the
21.
ground and get hit by a ship.
Okay. Yeah, you line up this shot. there's only so much of a cone you can make with this front-mounted railgun, but you do line up the shot, and it's a perfect scene as Rainier sort of barrel rolls around one of these smaller asteroids to line up a
Nice.
shot with this front-mounted cannon, and you just and you just see half of the ship explode and the other half veer off and slam into an asteroid.
Nice, good job.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Right, see, I knew you could.
I knew you believed in me, and I believed in myself. Thank you, Kat.
I should have
Alright.
taken the shot. Okay. But good job.
Man, it's 4:00 already.
I
Yeah.
know.
Where did this session go? I still had so much
Yeah.
more
Arm
planned for
wrestling?
you. Yeah, arm
Arm
wrestling.
wrestling
Really, yeah,
and
okay,
really
all right.
piloting and
Yeah.
attack.
It was fun though.
Okay, so that thread is gone. You do get the sense that they were planning to rabbit away and go warn the observatory, but you blew them up, so it doesn't matter.
Right, good job,
Ooh,
team.
snitches,
Good job.
snitches.
That was a good use of our time.
Hmm.
Right, yeah.
I'm not really sure what we gained by doing that.
Well, we didn't lose anything by it, I think.
Other than,
Yeah.
well, I guess it didn't really take all that much time.
No.
I guess we should stick to the plan then, and let's go to
Right.
the.
Yeah.
So we're going to planet numero uno.
Yes.
Well, Stacy did report that there is activity in there is both heat movement and arcane activity within the asteroid belt here.
Oh right, okay.
So I guess maybe we should do an analysis while we're in here.
Yeah, go ahead and make a scan.
I will do the analyses
Yeah.
once I remember my stats for it. Right.
And as the
it's
captain, I
6.
will give whoever is performing this check an auto hit die.
All right.
I will do it.
80s.
Okay. So that's okay. That's not bad because that's only one failure. So I got 4 hits plus the auto hit means 5.
Mhm.
Nice.
Okay.
I could give myself 6 with a pip. But
Well,
do I
you
need
have
that?
you have more than enough, and
Yeah.
it is a critical because auto hits do count as natural. So you spend a little bit of time just sending out an active sensor sweep to the nearby asteroids. You can't get too terribly far because there is a lot of interference around here. But Rainier plots a search pattern, and you send out active scans. And you do find on one of the larger asteroids, your scans detect a minimal heat signature of what looks like a very small facility maintaining life support for a single individual.
Okay.
However, you also detect what looks like a large thruster assembly mounted to the asteroid, and an arcanting field around the
Huh.
asteroid itself.
That's strange.
Stacy, can we get those heat sinks up and running now?
Stealth sinks initialized.
Good.
That will give the ship a skill of covert 3 if nobody has anything better.
Nope.
Nope.
Oh.
You know we don't.
Yeah, I didn't think you guys did.
All right. Let's make a very stealthy approach in the ship.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be the ship's finesse of 7 with
Okay.
3 skill points in covert and an additional auto hit die on this check.
Yep. That's why
That's,
that thing is great.
That'll be 8 dice then?
Yep.
Yep.
Cool.
8 dice a pip and a potential reroll, and an
Yep,
auto hit
which
on
that
top of
works
that.
Yep.
Awesome.
That's why having a stealth drive is great.
I'm gonna
Even
use
if you
that
can only activate it
reroll.
3 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you get
Oh.
any 1s?
I got 1.
You
I'm
have to
assuming I
save the
can't
1.
reroll.
Yep.
Ooh, okay.
And if you get a 6, you can keep the 6 too.
Yeah.
But,
You can keep
I
1
didn't
6
get
and 1
any
1.
6s.
cool. That's rough.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna gamble. I'm gonna reroll.
All right.
Yeah.
That's still 7 dice I get to reroll. Okay, I think that was worth it. So with an auto hit, that'll be. Oh, I have a. No, I didn't get any 4s, so the pip won't help. Okay, that'll
I
be
could
4
change it to
successes.
Okay.
I didn't get any 2s.
Okay.
Okay.
3
4
successes, 3 failures. Or 4. Sorry, 4 successes. Yeah.
Okay. 4 with the auto hit, you mean?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. That is a hard check, and quite frankly, there are minimal sensors on whatever facility this is. So with your scans, your piloting, and your covert, you do manage to get fairly close to this asteroid field and actually match the rotation of the asteroid itself. So you're just beyond its scanning radius. You see that there is a small building that has been constructed on the asteroid itself. It looks like a small, like a small house-sized building. But you do detect, built into the asteroid itself, it looks like the asteroid was, if not hollowed out, at least a large chunk of it bored out or blasted out, and there's this gigantic rocket thruster sticking out of it.
Okay.
You also notice, as you get closer and sort of maneuver around, keeping yourself, a few asteroids between you and the facility, you notice that there is a large rune carved into the asteroid.
Oh, great. Do I
Oh.
recognize this rune?
Go ahead and make me an Arcanting check.
Yes, please.
Can I
I
assist?
think it's clicking.
I have sword canting, so
Sure. Yeah, you two can discuss. Yeah.
no, it's like okay, you have an auto hit die.
So 3.
That's how I'm assisting.
Okay, I think that's my total dice pool here. That was horrible. I'm going to re-roll them. I almost critically failed that.
Oof.
Ay.
That would have been real bad.
Yep.
Okay, that's much better. So I'll end up with 5, not natural though. So
Okay.
4 plus 1.
Plus the auto hit.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm including the auto hit in there.
I just want to make sure that it gets counted because I'm the sort to overlook that all the time.
So, as the two of you are discussing this, and actually Stacy will join in on this conversation, continuing to go through all the data that you've, booted over to her. You, amongst the three of you, you will deduce that this looks like a small piece of a much larger Arcanting circle.
Great.
Knew it.
You get the sense that they carved a rune on this asteroid and built this thruster in there so that when the time comes, they can move it into wherever it needs to be and complete a much, much larger Arcanting circle.
Oh, perfect.
Wow.
So it looks like
We
one
remove
of
this, we'll
many,
mess up a
many
lot of
links.
stuff.
Yeah.
Get
Or if
rid
we
of it.
just sabotage the rocket.
True.
I think
Either way, if we remove this, we can essentially destroy a magic circle, which is never good.
Not in this
Well,
case,
either party,
especially.
but magic's a very precise thing.
Mhm.
Fickle.
Mm-hmm.
So we destroy the rocket thruster, not the rune itself.
I think we should destroy both.
I mean,
not
which
both?
one's going to be easier to destroy?
I mean, we can. I don't think there's any harm in firing on this asteroid. We can try both. I think.
Mhm.
It seems defenseless.
I-
You said there were life support systems on this though.
yeah, it looks like there's life support for a single individual.
I mean, if we kill that one person.
Yeah,
Do I see where that person might be if there's someone here?
Yeah,
Your
like I
little
said, there's
house.
like a small house-sized building there. So, I mean, even with your singular railgun, which fires a projectile that's probably like this large, from the distance you're at the speed it's at, on something that doesn't have any atmosphere, you could just blow up the
Yeah.
entire house with one shot.
Yeah. That
House.
sounds good to
Heck
me.
yeah, let's do that.
All right. Well, if there's someone in there, that they should probably go first, so they can't warn. All right. Pew!
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll fire a shot at the house.
Yeah.
Make your attack. I mean, it's
Okay.
it's gonna be super easy.
Yeah.
We're just like, kill the person.
Kill it. Kill
But
it
not with fire, because they'd probably like that.
Oh my
Yeah, you're right.
god.
What?
I rolled 6 natural successes.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh my god.
And no fails. Not
Yeah,
a
you-
single fail.
Wow.
You fire
Oh
your
my
rail
God.
cannon and it
It is the most beautiful shot ever.
slams into the side of the asteroid, and it looks like it actually catches a fault within the asteroid itself, and it causes a fracture through the entire front half of this asteroid,
Beautiful.
which just splits
Wow.
and jettisons off into the rest of the asteroid field. Not only did you destroy the facility and presumably the person inside, but you also completely dissipated the arcane, the rune
Beautiful.
written on it.
Good job.
Amazing.
Oh, good.
Nice.
That'll take them time to
That
fix.
was a very impressive shot.
Yeah, that was a great
Yeah.
reaction
Thank
too.
you.
It's like, you are never going to make a shot that beautiful again.
That was insane. That was a lot of success.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
was amazing.
Good job.
Let me actually, because I need to step away for a second. Do we want to take a quick break, or do you guys have some quick RP you want to do amongst yourselves?
Right, you did a great job.
I was we can probably
Yeah,
chat for a
you-
You
bit.
chat
yeah.
for a little bit.
That's cool.
You go ahead.
Right.
Yes. Tell me more about how beautiful that shot was.
Oh, it was great.
Uh,
Good job, team. By the way, each one of you performed far better than standards would say. So you're doing a wonderful job so far.
I'm glad you became a police officer and
Yes, Captain.
really just did not embrace the motivational speaker thing.
Well, I tried motivational speaking. I thought I was pretty good at it, but apparently not.
No, I'm gonna tell you now, it's definitely not your thing.
Oh, okay. I do apologize, but great job.
No, it's like, but that's the thing. We still like you. We just
We like you. We just
We
don't want
know
your
what your
speeches.
You know what your
Pretty
strengths and
much.
weaknesses are.
Well, you're all doing fantastic, and odds of survival have gone up. So this is great.
Good to know.
Mhm.
Good to know.
Yep.
Good
Odds of
piloting,
survival going up.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah, that was some good piloting.
good shooting all around. I'm glad you're all doing great.
Yeah, and good job on unjamming the gun in the middle of combat.
Yeah, that was
you.
impressive.
Yeah, good
Yeah,
good
it's-
quick thinking there.
All the, you know.
We're all just patting each other on the back.
Good job, us.
So,
Okay, so that didn't stop them because they can make another one. But
yeah, there's probably
But
more of
it
those
might
runes.
take a while.
but
Yeah,
with
we can-
missing a rune, it does mean they'll have to replace it, right?
Unless they
Right.
had
But
extra
they
to
just have
start.
one on. They
That's
have
a
backup,
lot of
you know.
resources.
Right, it was a pretty powerful rune too, especially one that maintains its own self. So
Mm-hmm.
either way, they probably won't notice that it's gone missing for a while.
Yeah,
Hope so.
but like I
That's
said, it does probably mean there's not an immediate threat, as in next 5 minutes.
Yes, we probably interrupted their plans for whatever, but we do have to move rather quick because anyone
They're
who's
gonna notice
maintaining
eventually.
the focus on the rune will eventually learn that it's there and missing.
Yeah.
Mm.
We did
So
buy
I
ourselves
think we
some
probably
time,
killed the person who was maintaining focus.
most
Yeah,
likely.
I think that might be the case.
Yes.
I do love it. We were just, it's like, yeah, kill them.
Just shoot him. But
I kind of wonder who that person
yeah.
was a little bit. Like, I don't want to think about it, but I'm kind of curious who they had in there.
I mean, they were a cultist who was ready to explode the sun.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not
Or
too broken up about it, I'll
decoy.
be honest.
You're right. Let's hope it wasn't one of the people that was on the ship over there. One of ours. Even if, oh well.
I mean, if they were helping them, they weren't one of ours anymore.
Such is life and death. Things die and survive and move on. So,
I
no
mean,
big
I'm
loss.
sure you've done a lot of the moving on.
Oh yeah. No, lost lots of people over time. So, just kind of
Yeah.
what happens.
Gotta say, this job's a lot bloodier than the old bodyguarding gig I used to do.
Yeah, I did mercenary work mercenary. It was with a security company, really, but it was still to the highest bidder, so it was mercenary work. It's like when you get down to it, it was mercenary. It was just, formal legal mercenary.
I feel like all this talking is happening like as we're moving forward.
Yeah.
Let's talk about our life stories now that we blew someone else's life away.
Mhm.
Okay. I need to check something real quick as soon as I finish hydrating.
Hydration.
That's
It's
good.
very
Yes.
important.
Very important.
Yes. Very important. Just like Topicans, remember to hydrate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drink a glass of water every day. Well, you should drink a little more than that. but
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can technically
Okay.
go 5 days without water because of my ancestry. But
Nice.
don't do that. It's bad for people.
Yeah, I was gonna say people don't do that.
Yeah, people don't.
Definitely not.
Not good for your health.
Wouldn't feel too great after 5 days with no water.
No.
No, it would feel kind of dead, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Uh,
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, so we need to figure out wherever we're moving next, because while we did buy time, eventually the Arcanta that was maintaining the greater sphere will notice. So
yeah. So
move to
I
our
guess that
destination.
means we should make our way to the station.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready.
So we're jumping to the planet, right? I think.
Yeah.
The planet
That's the
to go
plan.
around behind it,
And
yeah.
then-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Before we
where
get
the
to that, though,
poles-
Okay.
More scanning.
Is there a dragon in the asteroid? It was a
Oh,
dragon egg.
God. Let's hope not.
Hadara, where are you?
Space dragon.
Space dragon. There are those, and they're very scary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, technically yours is a celestial dragon.
Yeah, right. Adhara. She's
Yeah.
back there.
Has she gotten into the
What was
cover?
that Hara doing that whole combat? Just chilling, hanging
Oh,
out?
she was sleeping. She's just like a scarf around Ara's neck. and so-
completely
yep.
unbothered, you know.
Nice.
Yep. She's like,
Okay.
it's fine.
Team mascot right there.
Team
Yeah.
mascot. Yeah.
I mean, Team Mascot who can basically shoot black holes.
Yeah, basically. she's a good dragon.
Yep.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. I like the. I'll actually be releasing the Elder Mage on Patreon later on today,
Nice.
Yay.
Nice.
Nice.
so people can mess around with the insanity that is the Elder Mage.
Let's see here. How Trevor, you can help me out with this. How would I determine passive observation of ship sensors? Because it
So
doesn't really have a
typically-
observation
yeah.
skill tied to it.
Yeah, so usually, unless they have something like enhanced sensors, which is an expertise,
Mhm.
or they actually buy something like that, they're usually just an average difficulty. So usually just a 3
Gotcha.
for their passive
All right.
detection. Yeah.
So,
Same with ours, unless we had
Right.
any stuff. Our passive detection would be an average as well.
So, as you guys are prepping for your jump out of the asteroid field, as you're approaching the edge of the asteroid field and getting ready to initialize your warp engines again, plot the navigation, you would notice, before it is too late, unfortunately,
It's unfortunate that it's before it's too late.
unfortunate for you, because I am going to...
How is it unfortunate if it's before it's too late?
Maybe it's something we don't need to see. We don't want to see.
No, I misspoke. You notice too
Okay.
late.
There it is.
No.
So you think we
Yeah.
notice it as we're warping?
Mm-hmm.
Just give me a second. Just give me a second.
Okay.
Where are you? I need this. Okay.
It's definitely a dragon.
Unfortunately, no, it's a space dragon. Yeah.
No space
Honor-
dragon, no.
Space Dragon, I don't know if that would be worse or better than a Void Worm.
There we go.
That also sounds terrifying.
And
But
there.
dragons can at least,
There.
in Veil of the Void, dragons are hyper intelligent
Oh, I
and they
love it.
like to communicate with mortals for the
I don't
most
like
part.
his
Oh.
laughing.
I don't like his
the-
laugh
Our
either.
GM is scaring me right now.
Me too.
So I rolled 8
Like he's laughing.
successes.
That's
Oh
bad.
my
Oh.
word.
How many successes?
8.
Eight.
Just 8. Only 8.
Oh
Are we
my
getting
How many
word.
tired
dice?
on?
Of how many die?
Out
At
of
least it's not 10.
12? out of 12. 8 out of 12.
Oh,
That's
okay.
damn good.
Yeah, that's real good.
Real
Yeah.
good.
Have I expressed
Yeah.
before how much D6s like me?
D6s are wonderful dice.
All right.
They like Jack
So
too much.
what do we get to do here? This is yeah,
Evasive
looks good.
maneuvers.
Our pilot's truth sight wouldn't have helped in this, right?
No,
No.
no. Looking out the window isn't going to see this, unfortunately.
Is it
I
invisible
need-
though?
It is not invisible.
Darn, we're trying.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm
So,
already under the impression that I would have better odds seeing something if it was invisible
That-
than if it
yeah.
wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Okay.
idea.
Can't-
Something's flying right in front of your face,
Oh.
and then they cloak. Oh, there it is. Wow.
You've made a fatal mistake. I can see invisible things, and only invisible things.
Literally in front of us, but it wasn't invisible.
It might be invisible to you.
I'll just imagine now someone just standing there in front of him. He just doesn't notice, and then
Just
suddenly they go
doing
into his, oh, there you are.
Yep.
His
Just doing
movement
that
based on
scene.
vision.
It's that vision. Can confirm Rainier is dinosaur.
Well, I mean, he does talk about the glory days like an old man.
Absolutely.
Good. And up here.
When the
I love that we're over here
things are
laughing while he's
finishing-
scored a critical on whatever it is.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
just trying to move on and brace for impact.
Isn't it,
Pretty much, yeah.
the ambush though, is it? Because we can't be ambushed. Or at
That
least
is
Rainier
true.
can't be ambushed.
Rainier
that's right,
can't
we
be
can't.
ambushed, but
Rainier can't.
unfortunately, it is your ship stats versus the enemy stat. So, truth sight is only so useful while aboard a
Yeah,
ship. It's a great,
Okay.
it's a great spell, but it's only so useful when you're
it's
relying
only
on
so useful. Yeah.
external
Shot.
systems and mechanics and whatnot. Okay,
And next time we
so
have to strap Rainier to the hood or
yeah, just put him in a void suit and tape him to a really strong stick and stick him outside and just
Yeah.
rotate him around like a
Tie him
like a
down
sensor
like a
beacon.
deer on
Yeah.
our sensors and just rotate him around.
It's our hood ornament.
Yeah.
He's our hood ornament. You know, we're laughing
Okay.
at that, but I had a group actually do that once, so
I
wow.
believe it.
not
It's
far.
that's the thing I'm sitting here. It's like, boy, if we just had a celestial mimic, that'd be perfect.
Yep.
Just strap him to the
Critical
hood of
hits.
the vehicle.
I love it. This game's great.
It is.
Is that really all that does? This should be way stronger.
No, it shouldn't.
No, it shouldn't. It's fine.
No, it's
fine.
fine.
I just want to
It's
put out there,
fine.
I know we're warping, but if we're getting hit by anything, I'm reflecting that shit back before we get out. That's fine.
You know, that's fair.
Fair, fair.
Totally fair.
Feel free to make it more powerful. You are the GM.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Okay, so you are going to take.
I guess someone needs to keep track of our ship's health.
yeah.
I'll
yeah, that's
keep
probably
it.
a good idea.
Our character sheets in Roll20 have a section for that. So
Oh, nice.
Oh, you're right.
yeah.
Your ship is going to take 26 poison points of fire damage.
Poison.
Poison points or
Points of fire damage.
okay.
Oh.
Is that after shield?
Shields will negate that. Will negate 15 of that.
Okay, so we take
Is
11.
11.
Okay.
So-
Okay.
I am going to use physical misdirection.
Okay.
So I copy the attack back at them.
Okay.
I'm assuming. Do I roll the same number of dice that they rolled at us?
So it would be your judgment. Normally, it'd be whatever you use for your physical misdirection ability.
I believe it. I would be.
for damage.
No. I have to see if it hits, right?
Yeah. So it would be what you use as your judgment, or what you use as a mimic to use physical misdirection, which, I don't know what it is. I forget off.
Probably
Okay, 'cause
judgment,
it just
'cause it's mimic.
says you may spend your reaction to attack back at them. The reflected attack inflicts the same damage that you sustained. So I don't need to roll for damage. It'll just be the same if I hit. But I need to see if it hits.
Yeah. So it would be your weapons mastery attack using your judgment to attack with, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, this was actually an Arcanting attack. Would that use his Arcanting?
Oh.
Oh.
So it has to be a
Yeah,
non-magical.
physical
attack.
misdirection has to be a
Mhm.
non-magical attack.
Okay, it is a magical attack. Yeah.
Oh well.
Oh, then I
Uh-oh.
can't use physical misdirection then.
Okay.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And how
Uh,
much damage did we take, by the way?
11 after shield
11.
reduction.
11. Okay, that's not that bad.
Okay. And then I get another attack.
Is this one Arcanting?
From this range, well, actually, if an adversary has more than one type of attack, I don't believe they can use the same attack, using both of their actions.
You
So-
can attack twice with the same weapon.
Okay.
Mhm.
Then it is going to use another arcane blast
Sorry.
from this range.
No,
Yeah.
it's okay.
Stupid
I'm trying
arcane.
to see if there's anything I can do, but since I'm not the one being hit, like I can only use physical misdirection because of the special thing on the ship. So I don't think there's anything else I can do with
Okay,
it.
roll.
I don't think so.
I love
You can
how
always.
stupidly powerful this
You
is.
can try to dodge because it's an incoming ranged Arcanting attack.
Oh yeah.
So you can use your piloting or dodge check to try to dodge out of something.
Mm.
Uh,
I'm assuming that's a reaction.
Do a barrel
Yes.
roll.
I would like to attempt to dodge. Well, we'll see if it hits first.
I did roll 5 hits. I did have to use pips, but I did roll 5 hits, so I believe that does get through your armor.
Okay.
Yep. So do barrel roll.
So you have to, you have medium armor, which would be four hits required. So you can
Mhm.
roll yeah, it would still be a dodge check, right? It wouldn't be a pilot
it
check.
would be a dodge
Yeah,
check.
it would be a dodge
He
check.
could
so
use
you can...
piloting or dodge if he has points invested in
Yeah.
dodge.
I have many points invested in dodge.
Okay.
I would like to use it.
Yeah.
So you have to roll
okay,
at
That's right,
least
you said
6
you
successes.
Put a bunch of points in that.
Yeah, I believe just 6 dice. Okay. Okay.
Man, this is great.
And then I believe I have 2 pips. So adding both of those pips will put me up to 4 successes.
That's not enough.
Oh,
Another
no.
blast of fire
Oof.
rocks the ship for 22 points of damage. You would eat 15 of that, so that would be 7?
7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
7.
Okay. So 18 total points of damage this round as your ship is slammed with 2 large blasts of fiery energy. As you notice, slithering through space just in front of your ship, completing its
don't
quick
like that.
movement around you, is this very long dragon-like creature. Imagine if you took like a Dragonair, like the Pokemon Dragonair,
Yeah.
and enlarged it
Ugh.
to a space-sized creature and lit it on fire. That's what you're dealing with.
Ooh.
Oh, that's
Why?
adorable. I love it.
Why is this here?
Oh, Cypress looks terrified.
It is a large serpentine flaming dragon. It is actually a modified Slithin. For Trevor, who actually knows the monster
Oh
manual.
yes, perfect. I love these things.
It's a modified
I want to
Slithin.
talk to it. I speak its language.
That is true. Yeah, that is true. You can
Well,
stick your
then
head out the
talk
window
to
and be
it.
like, "Hey, stop it."
Stop, my friends. Look, I have dragon.
Okay, let's roll initiative again. Let's roll initiative again, and we'll drop into initiative, and then it's up to you whether you want to fight or if you want to try to jump into warp.
Okay.
I rolled a 6.
Okay, that's pretty good considering you get what +7.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's
I love that you're
13.
using a Slithin. That's
13
amazing.
plus its. Yeah, you go first.
Yay. Maybe.
Okay.
Okay. So you said it takes 2 rounds to charge the warp drive.
Let me double check warp because I was referencing the jump drive.
Jump
for them,
drive.
actually.
Yep.
Gotcha,
Warp is
okay.
a near instantaneous.
Yeah.
Mm.
So
Oh,
as long as
okay.
you complete the checks within
Yep.
within combat, you can warp instantly if you just want to wrap it away.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any? We don't have really any reason to fight this thing, do we?
Aside from it attacking us, no.
Not really.
I mean, we can. I think we can get away. Let's try to get away.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I'd rather get away from the giant fire thing, please.
Yep.
Hope everything goes
Okay.
right.
Yeah, warp. Warp
I want
is
to talk to it. I love Slythins.
It doesn't seem to love us.
Maybe we can chat on the way back. Just catch it on the road.
I mean, Aura, you're in charge. You're the captain. You want to put a foot
No,
down?
no,
True.
I'm not that crazy.
All right.
I won't endanger my crew, only myself.
Nope. No, we're staying put. I'm talking to the flaming dragon.
Just
Okay.
'cause-
Mutiny!
Just because I want to doesn't mean that I will endanger my crew to do so.
Cool.
Do
Okay,
I have
yeah.
to do my my warp check since I'm the navigator?
Yes.
Or
Yes, you do.
we don't need that. Remind me that was
Robot.
analysis, right?
Well, we need a pilot, a navigator, and an engineer.
Engineer.
What's
Oh yeah, that's right. Because captain's in the captain's chair now.
okay? Weren't you the engineer before?
I was kind of flipping back and forth between
Yeah,
navigator.
I mean,
and
I'll
engineer.
do because what's
Multitasking.
navigator use?
Analysis.
Analysis?
I'll do that, and you can do engineering. Because I have the higher analysis skill.
Cool. I have 0 mechanics, but I will.
There's a
manage, 'cause you
mechanics
have
checkbook
right?
down there, so you get plus
Yeah.
1.
Mhm.
And then I'll come over comms and say, hit the drive quickly! And you'll get an auto hit dive.
Trevor, you tell
so
me
the
if
book is
this sounds fair, because I assume these
Yes.
checks are based off of ideal calm conditions. Do you think it would be fair to
I
increase
would
the
say
difficulty of
the
these
difficulty
checks?
would increase.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm going to
Yeah, I
would
increase the
agree with you.
difficulty of all these checks by 1.
I would
Because you're
I
in
would
contact.
totally
Yeah,
agree with
that's
that.
fine.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's
This is
going
gonna
to
be
require
great.
an analysis check of 3 hits, an engineering check of 4 hits, and a piloting check of 4 hits
Yep.
to be
Not
entirely
'cause I want to
successful.
get stuck here with a Slytherin, but
But you kind of do.
So,
I kind of
so
do.
that book is a bonus die, not a hit die.
It's a bonus
right?
die.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you get an auto hit from me being the captain and saying, you got this.
Right.
Actually, it's
So
more
that
like, get us
was
out of here.
4 plus
Okay, so I have to.
2 successes. 3 successes. Well, I'm supposed to
you
get
don't
4 though, right?
you don't
You,
have
you
any
could use
pips?
a determination point to turn that 4
Have-
to a 5.
You can.
Oh yeah, do the determination point.
That
Have
gets us what we
determination
need.
points?
Yeah, we all
Yeah.
have determination.
I
Cool, then,
should
I'll use that.
I should emphasize determination a little bit more. Every character has a pool of determination, which is determined by
Yep.
their class, their level, plus
Mhm.
two plus half of their judgment.
Oh, 5. So that means I have 7.
Cool. Yeah, you have 7 determination, and you can use, I believe it costs 1 point for a pip.
Yep.
1
for
point
every
for
you
a pip.
spend.
Okay.
5 points, I believe, is a reroll, right?
2 points
2
is
points
a
is
reroll
your
for us.
reroll.
5 points
5
is
is-
a reroll for you.
yeah.
So that we can make
I'm
you
gonna
reroll.
use
Oh,
2
okay.
pips.
Yep.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm gonna use 2 points to throw 2 pips on these 4, so now that's 4 successes. 5 successes.
but you already have an auto
But-
hit. You only needed 1.
Right, you're right. Sorry, I forgot about the
Yeah.
auto.
Yeah, so just
Okay, there we
add
go.
1 pip and you've got the required difficulty.
Then I'll
Okay.
roll for my analysis.
Yep, roll your analysis.
Yeah, determination's an amazing ability in this
Yeah.
game because
Hey,
it
that's
gives players
good.
a reason to get out of stuff sometimes.
That's good. I got 4 successes.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
That plots
Yeah.
the
All
course
right.
nice and easy. Now it's up to Rainier to get us out of here.
Pilot?
Right, so I'm assuming
Critical failure.
this
No!
can't be
Critical
judgment.
No.
Sorry,
Damn
Robin,
it.
go ahead.
Rainier?
So I'm assuming I can't use judgment. It'll be the same as last time where I have to use finesse. Because
Correct.
we're
Yeah.
jumping.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that'll give me 6 dice. And then I have 1 pip, which will put me up to 5 successes.
Okay.
I rolled 4 6s,
Nice.
and then I had a 4, which I bumped up to a 5. So.
Nice.
Oh, and then I also wait. Oh no, I had an auto hit, so that's a crit. That
Oh,
puts
there you
me
go.
at 5 natural successes for
Okay.
total.
I'll keep that in mind. You guys
Excellent.
quickly scramble into action as your ship is
Yep.
rocked hard twice from 2 arcane blasts. You're almost thrown into an asteroid field by the size of these impacts, but Bravin scoots you around it, angles the nose of your vessel outside of the asteroid field, and rips open a warp field. And you tear right into it and disappear.
Go team!
Cypress was determined. She's like,
I
nah.
was very determined. He's like, no, this is not happening.
Nah.
Dangerous
Not
levels
bad.
of radiation detected on starboard side.
What?
Dangerous
that?
levels of radiation detected on the starboard side.
Radiation?
Can we fix it?
The radiation will dissipate over time. I would advise remaining away from the starboard side of this vessel.
Okay.
Basically, you're fine, but that Slithin was shooting out, like, radioactive plasma balls.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was shooting miniature suns at you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, cute.
No,
I
not
know.
cute.
I want to go back on it. But no, we're going to press forward.
Okay.
Focus.
Now, I would imagine
Surrounded
when
by
you're
crazy
traveling
people.
through warp, you don't have sensors of real space.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You're in a completely different, like, pocket dimension
Yeah.
almost, just about.
Would you be able to detect something else trying to follow you, though?
Oh boy.
That's a great question. It's come up a few times, and it depends on what's on the ship. Typically, while I would say you can tell if there's something following you, if they've warped roughly around the same time as you, because then you guys are kind of within the same space.
And could I still be on an analysis?
Yeah. I think it would still require all the like covert checks and things like that. And it's not like you can interrupt a warp when you're moving. And typically someone can't really move faster in the warp because you guys kind of have like the same speed, unless it's a creature that's capable of doing that. Like a void worm can catch up with people that are warping through. But technically you're in the same plane, so you would be able to see each other, or at least sense each other. If you're capable of doing so.
Okay. I will just say, to keep us moving along, that
Yeah.
sensors do detect another rip into another rip into the veil that happens almost instantaneously to your jump, but it
following
doesn't
us.
seem to be on a parallel course. It seems like it got the navigation wrong, and quickly
Okay.
the vector moves you away from each other.
It's gone plaid.
The Slithin did attempt to naturally warp along with you, which is an ability I gave it, because
that's
space
great.
creatures need to be able to move at faster than light capabilities.
Oh yeah.
But it didn't pass its it passed its piloting check with just crazy amounts of successes, but it did not pass its navigation check. So it's warping somewhere real fast, but that somewhere is not where you're going.
Into the sun!
Hopefully
Which
into the sun.
Sure,
I think it would be fine if something like that fell into the sun. It'd be
Probably,
like,
but
oh, this
still.
is just like a spa every day.
Okay.
Well, I hope it actually, maybe not the sun then, because that's kind of where we're going to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
You're somewhere way out there.
Maybe to
Very
another
interesting.
system.
That
Very
would be
interesting.
fantastic.
Okay.
That was lucky.
Yeah, you guys
That
just
was
warped away
very-
from the Slithin.
Good.
Good job, team.
We don't have to fight.
Yeah.
How's the,
Odds are ever going up.
That was going to be a good fight too. And by good, I mean very painful.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
No,
We don't
that's why
want-
we figured it was going to be painful. That's why we
I'm
avoided.
gonna
trying
have to
avoid
loop
it.
that back around at some point.
Oh.
no, it's fine.
No,
Hooray! You
no.
succeeded. Except you forgot about the Slithin.
You do that. I will be talking to it.
And we just
Okay.
get nuked by the slip.
Yeah, you guys are limping away, having victoriously defeated the Colts. Your ship's damaged because it took damage coming in, and you're all at like half health, and you're limping away victoriously. And then a Slithin pops out of warp and just latches onto the ship. No,
I'm just like,
I mean, we'll see.
Let's talk, okay? I speak your language.
Yeah.
I have 5 levels in speechcraft.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah,
If
there
I
you
have
go.
the friend ability,
go.
I can do this.
There you go. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, we only have about half an hour left. So, you guys are warping away from this really cool fight that I spent a lot of time planning and towards the first planet of the system.
I mean, Jack, come on. We've avoided
You've done it
fights.
before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've done it before.
Don't worry, I know that feeling.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
That's a GM
Well,
struggle.
since Jack doesn't give XP, we have frequently been like, we don't need to fight.
Yeah, if you guys can figure out ways to avoid combat, I'm all for it. And instantaneous warp drives do give you a pretty good incentive to just leave.
Yeah. That's the negative of
Yeah.
giving players warp drives.
That's
but then
true.
at the same
That's
time,
true.
if they mess up, you get to lead to a whole nother fun
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Because there was a chance that you mess up, and there was a fairly good chance that the Slithin was gonna just be able to follow you, but
Yeah.
it didn't.
Luck was on our side.
Luck was on your side.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I rolled
Odds are
I
crazy.
rolled 9 dice and got 1 success.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah. The dice were not on the Slithin side. So
That's
okay. Wasn't
We
meant to
don't
be.
need to die
He's like, he's
today.
Wasn't meant
traveling
to be.
real well, but he has no idea where he's going.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You
Okay.
misread where we were warping to.
Clearly. But yeah, so we're moving.
Yes. So again, another about 20 minutes or so from where you are to where you're going. If there's anything else you would like to do.
Is it safe to say that I know it hasn't been all that helpful, but just to know, is it safe to say that my true sight is still up?
You did have to spend some time maneuvering the asteroid field. Your true sight will be up by the time you get to the station.
Okay. Well, we're going to the planet.
Yeah,
then?
you're going to the planet. So when you drop
Okay.
out of the planet, if there's anything invisible on the planet, you'll be able to see it. But
Yeah.
by then it
An
will
invisible
dissipate.
planet here.
How long has it been since we left the place? Like since I summoned my Mecha Ripper, how long has it
Yeah.
been?
'Cause that whole thing
Asking
would
the
have taken
difficult
some time.
questions. Figuring out the timeline.
We did get a short rest.
And then
Enter
you,
in
yeah,
that
then you did get a
calculation
short
meme.
rest.
It just would have taken us time to travel to the station, get everything set up to go. Sorry.
Entering in the calculation.
I'm going to say, because Taylor destroyed my mind train there, I'm going to say 5 hours.
Oh, okay.
Bad.
So he's
Which-
back.
I was
Cool.
gonna say, which I think is enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is good because my cooldown is 4 hours on a
Nice.
Mecha Ripper. So
All right. Yeah, you got your Mecha Ripper back.
good old Elder Mages.
Success.
Okay.
Yeah, Katie's is just gonna have a blood pack snack.
Okay. Very good.
Ah.
Oh, it's like they've got the little tubes basically, so it's like a straw.
Yes.
She just sticks a straw in there. So...
It's one of those high C
Capri
pouches.
Sun,
Crazy,
Ah,
yeah.
Capri Sun, yeah.
juice box.
And everybody just tries not to consider the fact that that was in a person at some point.
I'm a tree. I'm fine with it.
I mean, I can suck a tree.
I mean, y'all
If you're a
take
living-
tree sap to make syrup.
Well, no,
it
but it's like
happens
if you're a
anyway.
living creature, then I can suck your life force.
Okay. Oh, just don't do that to me.
Stay away.
Yeah, it's not like you're. It's like it's desperate. I mean,
All right, so it was 20 minutes of warp.
Yes.
Okay, good. As long as it's not 10 hours, because then we get void sickness.
Right.
I mean, if it
No
was 10 hours, we could have a long rest.
It's
And
true.
wake up to void sickness.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
fun.
Um,
Or
I don't
wake up
even
in
need to
the
rest.
gullet of a void worm.
yeah.
Depending
I
on how
don't
lucky
know
the
what
GM
void
gets on his
sickness
rolls.
is.
Honestly, void sickness is one of my favorite things for
Yeah.
light travel because
Yeah.
it just leads to so many additional fun scenarios for the GM.
Mhm.
That's
It
so
only
good.
matters when you're talking
Yeah.
about system to system travel, but if you're only
Yeah.
going between a couple planets,
Yep.
you're not in there long enough.
Okay.
Yep. Which is good.
Okay. So yeah, you can completely bypassed Rax Lithin. That's cool.
He's so sad.
Yeah, so you guys complete your warp and you break out of the veil just behind the first planet in the system. This is, just like Mercury is, a very small, very hot planet. You are definitely getting to the point where the ship is definitely going to be able to withstand the temperatures and the radiation that you're going to need to be able to withstand to get to the observatory. But it is, you can tell all the meters are pushing towards that red bar. But you are on the dark side of this tidally locked small rock. And how would you like to proceed from here?
I guess usually we should start with a scan.
Okay. What are you scanning? The planet, the space around you? Trying to peer above the planet and try to get a scan on the station itself?
That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, we can do a little peek if
I'll scan.
I guess we should also like try to is it too hot to use our stealth things?
In fact, that works to your advantage, because if it's hot outside,
Right, it hides our heat.
it hides your heat. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Cool.
But yeah, I mean, I can run an analysis real quick.
So you could make your covert check, and you would get an auto hit from Stacy, who is able to help.
Thanks, Stacy.
Make it look like the background heat.
Yeah, make it look knowing how the sensors on the station works. Make it look like further muddle their sensors. Yeah.
No.
Does that mean we get 2 auto hits?
Yes.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay.
On any given check, you can have up to 2 auto hits.
Nice.
Amazing.
Fantastic. This has been a really fun session of space combat, though.
Nice.
And piloting. It's been great.
Space combat and avoiding space combat.
And avoiding space combat. Making the GM sad.
He'll make us pay for it later.
Oh, I'm sure.
Also
Congratulations.
obliterating
Now you're
space
fighting.
houses.
Now you're fighting a void dragon. No.
Bring back the Slithin!
Okay, so that's 5 natural successes on covert, 6 total.
Okay,
Nice.
nice.
We are super sneaky.
I will note that for next week. That is a critical
Covert.
critical covert.
I like how
covert.
terrible we are at being covert, and then we get in a ship.
And we're so
Yeah.
sneaky.
Yeah.
Super sneaky.
That's because we're relying on the ship and not
Yes.
us.
Yeah.
The ship does all the
absolutely-
work.
Okay.
We haven't tried to be
Well,
sneaky yet.
we did try to be sneaky last week.
Yeah, and I was just.
I think I was the only one who
supremely loud
passed.
somehow.
Right, you're right. I forgot about that.
You guys tried to be sneaky for about 20 meters or so, and then gave up and summoned a giant robotic zombie.
Yeah, well, you see, I was so bad at stealth that I had people start moving towards us that I was just like, screw it.
Yeah.
I'm
It
not
still worked
stealthy.
as a distraction, though.
Exactly. Distractions matter.
Mhm. Anyway, if somebody wants to roll me an analysis or a
Sure,
scan
I'll
on the
use it.
station.
Do
Do
so
it,
with an auto
Hades.
hit because I say sensors up.
Well, that's fine because I just naturally rolled 6. I rolled 5 6s,
All right.
Wow, look at you
Nice.
guys.
and I rolled 1 5. But so it's a natural crit.
Nice.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
Y'all
Roll this
critting when
all
it counts.
Next week.
Next
When
week
we're
is gonna be
against, the final
terrible.
boss.
Yeah, next week I want to just see like critical failure after failure.
That's
We
how
did
it's
get
gonna
1 critical
go.
failure this
Hope
week.
not.
It wasn't that bad though.
So, what are you looking for from this sensor scan? On top of the information you already have.
Maybe
And you guys can pool your questions too. This isn't just for Taylor.
I guess.
Well,
I guess the obvious thing would be to see if there are any Hierophant ships around, either at like the Star Forge or around where we're at.
or any weak points in coverage.
yep.
That would be good too.
Like a good
access
entryway.
points.
Yeah. A good approach vector.
Yeah, a good angle for approach.
You know a good approach vector because Stacy has been able to plot around their sensors already with the
Right.
navigation data you already have.
Okay.
You don't detect anything beyond that. There's no structural weaknesses or actual like gaps in their sensor pattern, aside from the ones that Stacy is able to mess with their own sensor telemetry and whatnot.
Okay. Do they seem like on higher alert?
Not that you can tell. You don't notice any broadcasts coming out of the station. You do notice a steady stream of energy, wireless energy transfer, but that's, normal procedure. You don't see any courier ships. You do see that there is one fairly large ship that is currently docked. It looks like it's still a frigate class. It's just bigger than yours. Probably, hardier, but not as quick. You can tell that the weapon and sensor placements are active, but they're not currently engaging anything. They don't have anything to shoot at, and they're just sort of relying on passive sensors at the moment. They're not sending out active sensor sweeps.
Okay. So, seems like ourselves we can probably make it through.
Yeah, because you destroyed their scout ship, and the scout ship wasn't able to report back, they are not on high alert.
Good job, team.
And they don't know that we destroyed one of their runes.
Nope. Well,
otherwise, I
doesn't-
think there'd be more. I think there would be more activity if they did. So
Give ourselves a
okay,
drop
let's
back.
try and stay covert and make our approach, I guess.
Yeah, I like that idea.
Okay.
Okay.
I was thinking,
Let's do this, Robit.
come on, be nice to her.
Stacy.
Yes, Rainier.
That plan we made, we can do that now.
That plan we made.
I
Very
don't
good.
recall your group making a plan.
Honestly, more planning than we do in our D&D group.
Fine, I'll do it myself, and I'm gonna start moving the shit to the station. I guess.
She's focusing on keeping us covert.
Yeah. I guess just wherever the nav data told us was or wherever Stacy had decided was a good point of approach, I'll head there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I assume that Ara can re-go over that plan again. You're behind the planet. You're gonna duck over the polar north of this planet, scramble your electromagnetic signal as you do a quick boost of your non-FTL capabilities, throw yourself as fast as you can in a straight line, and then power down to mask yourself within the heat signature of the surrounding area.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is going to be a difficult piloting check because you're not really going to be able to make course corrections because you're relying. It's basically a dart throw. You're throwing a dart and trying to hit a target like half an AU away. So this is actually inspired by an episode of Firefly in which Wash did the same thing, but on a far smaller scale. So I'm going to say, just to keep
believe in you.
Just to keep the audience in line with what we are doing, as far as difficulty values, this is going to be. Let me ask you, Rainier, what is your dice pool and skill points for your piloting check?
It depends what virtue I'm using.
It would be the base one, which I believe is finesse.
Okay, so finesse, I would have for piloting that would give me 6 dice, and then I also have that auto hit from Ace Pilot. But my pool would be 6.
Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Just to show off the fun stuff that could happen with magic.
Sure.
Could I attempt to focus and channel and turn my targeting, my 0G control, which would give him +1 point into his piloting, to attempt to use it on the ship to give us some bonuses for him? That would raise the difficulty a lot, but I kind of
Yeah.
want to try it because
So
that sounds cool.
what spell is this? So I can take a look at it.
0G control.
0G.
Oh, that's
Um,
one that you've used to sort of.
Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Try
it
before.
would. I doubt I would be able to do it where he no longer needs to perform checks while flying, because that seems a little too strong for a spell. That would
Yeah.
be like, an impossible check.
Mhm.
But to give him a bit more control as he's flying, so to give him like maybe a bonus die or an auto hit die that he can use.
Is that a spell in the book?
It is not in there. It is a
Okay.
void spell that comes with the spell cards.
Cool.
So it's one of the unique spells.
What is the normal difficulty of it?
It's normally average. So
Okay.
whatever you think I could do to attempt to cast that.
So it is normally an average difficulty for you to cast it on somebody of, normal humanoid proportion, and this ship is
Yes.
significantly bigger. So I'm gonna call that 5 hits. I'm gonna call that tough.
I'm gonna do it. I want to do it because it just sounds awesome.
You've
like
hit
this huge
Yeah.
0G control.
Yeah.
We all start floating.
I mean, you've hit 6 or 7 hits on an arcanting check before with that computer,
Well, now you've
the magic
jinxed it.
computer check. So it's
Now you
possible.
jinxed
But...
it. All right, I'm rolling with 11 dice here.
Nice.
Dang, that's a lot of dice.
That is a lot of dice. Ooh, I am re-rolling that because that did not. I rolled no successes. Definitely re-rolling that one.
Let's bring that one back.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. I can turn this 4 to a 5. So that would give me 6 successes.
There you go.
Nice.
Here I was looking up spell failures, but I don't need to.
Yeah, so I just kind of like, you guys just kind of see like Ara sit down for a second in her chair, like cross-legged, and the book like floats up in front of her as she like pulls this energy out, and this like field of negative energy just floats and covers around the ship as she kind of like channels the void to give Rainier help. And what it does is up to you, GM. But
Oh, nice.
Okay. So as far as your piloting check, Rainier, you get an auto hit from your ace pilot, right?
Yeah.
You get an auto hit from Stacy.
Okay.
So that's already 2 auto hits. You can't have more than 2 auto hits on a single check. So I will give you, instead of an auto hit, which is what I would normally give you, I'm going to give you a bonus dice.
there we go.
All right, sounds good. So let's do the 7.
Nice.
What was the difficulty on this again? Did you
6.
say? Okay. So
The
I've got
difficulty is 6.
Yeah. But even
That's
if you
why I wanted to
fail,
try
it's
help.
a difficulty spectrum. So if you get 6 hits, you're gonna line it up perfectly. But if you get like 4 or 5 hits, you're still gonna get more or less on course. It's just not gonna be the dart throw is not hitting the bullseye.
Okay. So I have a pip.
You have
But-
determination.
With 7 die, 2 auto hits, pips presumably, and determination.
I have
yeah.
1 pip. So using that pip puts me up to 5 successes.
Okay.
But all of the rest of my die are 2s.
You could spend 3 determination to get that to 6.
I
successes we
could.
need.
Or that would put me up to 5, which would be a success. Or are you saying 6
Yeah,
hits,
yeah.
right?
6 successes.
Yeah, so 6 successes if you do 3 determination.
I have a lot of determination.
You do
Do
have
it,
a lot
do
of
it, do it.
determination as a mimic.
So, okay, I'll do it. Yeah. That'll put me up to 6. I'll use
Yeah.
3 points of determination.
Okay.
So that's 6 successes.
Yes.
I mean, we haven't used any determination before
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I honestly, I didn't know if we started with it or not. So I had
Mhm.
my max, but I didn't know if we actually had it.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
mean,
like 6 determination.
Really, you haven't needed it
No,
Yeah.
too
we
much
really
at this
will.
point.
Yeah.
But
And I was
dang it,
not
in
going to have it
space we do.
refresh.
No.
So
It doesn't seem like we would need a refresh for a short.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like we'd get an opportunity for it anyway.
So
But
you
Spend it while you got it.
managed to get your 6 hits you needed?
Yeah, that puts me
Okay.
up to 6.
That'll do it. Yeah, you coast over the northern pole of this planet, scrambling your electromagnetic signatures, and it takes. I mean, you do spend a good amount of time just hovering above
Yeah.
the northern pole of the planet, lining it up perfectly, using maneuvering thrusters and whatnot, because you have to be exact. If you're
Mhm.
a foot off in this direction, traveling hundreds of miles, the vector is just gonna shoot you off into the wrong part of space.
Mhm.
Just gonna dab the sweat from his brow.
Yep, yep.
Thank you.
I was just kind of like, oh, thank God.
But
Morally
with
sand him a little bit.
we see Ara and her book hovering there for quite some time as she maintains the zero-G control field around the ship. I assume we have Katie's and Cypress sort of flanking you, Rainier, going over radar or sensor telemetry, making sure to line things up perfectly. Stacy is running all of those complex calculations that you can't possibly
This is
do in
great.
your head. And all of this is feeding down into your piloting data as precision targeting, and you set up that lock, like 3 interlaying locks of to draw the straight line, and you ramp your engines up to maximum for a precise amount of time, push it just to the very edge of the magnetic scramble, shut them off, ship goes dark, and you coast. And we see as the ship is moving away from the planet's northern pole, there's that parallax light effect off of the sun as the northern magnetosphere
Mhm.
scatters the light, and we see this small glowing ship just rabbiting out away from the planet, which quickly cools from this orange glow of the engines into darkness, and we lose sight of it, and the camera just follows nothingness until we see the station. And that's where we're going to end.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey.
That was an
cool.
awesome last scene there.
Yeah. It's like we've had some good last scenes.
Good last. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
have
have.
a good ending.
It's almost like
definitely
I planned these things.
I know, right?
Yeah,
I
crazy.
just really wanted to show off how magic can be
Yeah.
different than what it
I'm glad you
card
did.
says.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I was kind of wanting to get that in there just because it would be cool to help like everybody working together with
Mhm.
their specialties to like
Yeah.
direct this.
Yeah, so just to go over exactly what that was, because I got caught up in how cool the moment was. When you use magic, you aren't like the spell isn't carved in stone. You can take that spell and you can say, okay, it does this, but what if we tweak it just a little bit?
Mhm.
Just like Trever did here. And depending on how far you try to bend how that spell
Mhm.
works determines, how much extra difficulty the GM is going to put onto the arcantic check of that spell. And I raised it by two difficulty values from an average 3 to a tough 5, and man, you hit it.
I just made it.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's what I love about the spell
Mm-hmm.
system in this game is it's just so like, oh, this spell does this, but I want to make it like this, and then the GM just goes, okay, more difficulty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We showed off some great things today.
Yeah.
So just to recap, and we'll talk more specifically about it in the after show, which you can find over on our Patreon and Ko-fi on the adventurer tier and above. But just to go over it, for a recap, we showed off some pretty cool stuff today. I showed off how the ship was designed. As far as what I put into it and how I went about designing that ship. Again, more of that is going to be going to come up in the after show, and I'm going to do a video on how to design ships, which I'll talk about the StatSec Interceptor as an example. So more of that to come, but we briefly went over how the ship was made, how the other ships differed. We talked about the ship stations for each individual to work at and how you can go between the two of them. We had some really fun space combat, I thought.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It was easy, and I think a lot of these combats have been fairly easy. But
He says
still,
as one player almost died.
right? Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
that was a mini boss.
It was like,
Yeah,
easy
I say that, but I am a little chilly. I'm a little chilly right now. But yeah, because you guys had some amazing rolls tonight. You really had some amazing rolls. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to see some really interesting sides of space combat, and it was kind of one-sided space combat. I did manage to get a couple
No,
good
we
hits
caught
on
that
you.
one guy completely off guard.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
You did. I managed to get two good hits in you with the Slithin and its
Oh yeah,
its
if we
arcane
stayed, that
blast.
would have been real bad.
Yeah,
but we
yeah.
just noped right out of there.
Yep.
Or nope.
But yeah, we went over warp travel and by extension tangentially jump travel. Both work exactly the same. We even covered jump travel with the scout ship trying to get away. It didn't get a chance to, but it tried.
No.
Yeah.
I tried.
That does take time for it to charge up. It just
We
didn't
did
survive the
determination?
charge. We went over determination. So you guys did that. Some of you spent some determination, so you have less to use in the final battle, which is nice.
I'm still
I
good.
only used one.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
have 6 more.
I still have
Uh,
7.
I got to show off a magical space dragon. You guys
Yes.
immediately jumped away
That
from.
was really cool.
Had
I did
some.
not want to fight that thing.
It would have been so cool.
Yeah,
It
So
would have
cool.
been cool, but I don't
really
want to
cool.
die.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
it's like no, I want. It's like no.
I couldn't do my cool mimic stuff against it. It was terrifying.
Yeah,
That's
that's
scary.
true. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, so I think we covered pretty much everything I wanted to cover. Covered the ship, covered the stations, covered ship combat, covered ship travel. So I think we did a fairly good representation of what, space travel and space combat is like in this game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's
And we had some fun with arm wrestling.
you did have some fun with arm wrestling.
Yes.
Yeah.
On a way to cheat.
Yeah, sure.
Guys, I
Yeah.
almost have enough
It's
to
to
get a
maintain
point
more
in
muscle
muscle.
points.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
All that arm wrestling put me up
Arm
to 7
wrestle until
rolls.
you're strong.
All right.
Oh,
Nice.
Halfway to
Nice.
getting my muscle level
Yeah.
1.
There you go.
I only have
8
one
now.
because I just won it right out.
hmm
Oh, but I
Up to
have
8
2
rolls
rolls
now.
in it because there was a different check that had muscle.
So, speaking of skill progression, the video for the bite-sized rules tutorial for skill progression is available on YouTube and our
Nice.
our Patreon and Ko-Fi right now, so you can go check that out.
Great
Okay,
videos.
I hope so. I hope so. Okay, I think that's about all we have for tonight. We're gonna go do an after show. I certainly have a lot of things to say about this.
How dare
I'm
you avoid my dragon?
I mean,
How
yeah,
dare you?
no, it's great. It's great. If you are interested in all of the other possibilities and could have beens, do consider heading over again to our Patreon and Ko-Fi and signing up for the hero tier or above. There's a headmaster tier now as well. Hero tier and above is going to get this module that I'm making, so you can run this exact
awesome.
mission. And I say exact mission, but there's so many different branching pathways and different things that could have happened. So it almost assuredly will not be the same exact mission as you've seen these people play out.
You're probably not going to fly out of a space station on a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, it's Veil of the Void, so
Never
the
know.
probability
knows?
of that is greater than in any other game, I would think.
The probability is not 0.
Yeah.
No, but don't expect it to happen.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Patreon, Ko-Fi, Twitter, and Discord. As far as talking with us, if you had fun watching along, if you have any questions about the series, want to gush at how amazing and creative these players are, or give them grief about not being able to see a Hierophant Slithin because it would have been a really cool fight, you can go bother them on our Twitter or Discord. And of course, ask us about how the game is played, because it's there as well. That's the whole point of RPGs Uncovered. So if you have any questions about our bite-sized video tutorials, the quick reference sheets I put out, or how the rules are demonstrated here in the demo play, you can head over to our Discord and just engage, talk with us, and ask some questions and explore the system. And speaking of exploring the system, Trevor, how about you take it away again with your new sales bundle and all that?
All right, yeah. So we have some amazing deals right now. Today is 11/27, so you have just a little bit of time left today to use the code THANKS with all caps to get 20% off your entire order. Outside of that, make sure you use the code Ascension with a capital A, lowercase, everything else. And you get 15% off. So after today, we have an incredible new bundle on there that gives you 3 core rulebooks, 3 printed out character sheets on the nice 80-pound paper, and then yes, that one, and then we have a spell deck that goes with it too. So there's only 5 of those remaining because I haven't ordered any new spell decks right now. So if you're trying to get those before Christmas gets here. So yeah. Other than that, we also have the regular new crew bundle that has the 3 and 3, so that going forward you can always have enough for a party to play, and it saves you shipping internationally. Best time to buy. So
Yeah.
Nice.
Definitely get it while it lasts, because we've seen how useful those spell cards are. Not only do you
Yeah.
have those quick reference spells just at your fingertips, but you get, what, 10 extra bonus spells on top of that really cool
10
0G control, so you can control your own
10
spaceship.
Yep, 10 super fun spells for void spells, such as like lower gravity, anti-gravity, Mara's Endless Void, which is one that I'm excited to use because I picked it because I knew there might be magic people. Because void magic is all about messing with the atmosphere and things around them, as well as with draining and canceling magic, because void magic is
Ooh.
basically anti-magic.
Nice. Nice. All right, yeah, go check that out. I see we still have the links up in the chat there, so we have the Linktree / Veil of the Void up there for all of Trevor's stuff, and the Linktree / the People's Ascension for all of our stuff, and there is some nice overlap there. So you can go find all of our stuff, click on all of our links, and go support us. Go tell your friends about us. Go tell astronauts about us so they can watch us play space games while in space. I don't know if the ISS gets Twitch, but if they did, that would be really cool.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Would be. What are they doing up there? Experiments?
How crazy is
With
that?
with enough support, we will send our own celestial dragon up there to go knock on the window and say hi. But that's a really high goal. So I mean, we'll work towards
almost
it.
impossible.
while.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
nasty money goal.
Yeah.
I feel like we should have a stretch goal beyond that where we actually blow up the sun.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, maybe not our sun, but a sun.
A sun. Yeah. We're kind of using ours at the moment, but
So wants to know our location. Sorry, we're just.
Well, no, there was this period on like Twitter where they wanted to destroy the moon.
before we get too bogged down into that.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's all we got. I'm really excited for this after show. We're gonna go do that. I do have some things coming down the pipeline really shortly. I will admit to everybody and myself that I miscalculated the amount of time I would have this week, what with Thanksgiving and all the time that ate up. So I did not get my 3 videos out this week, but I have one that only needs the last little bit of editing done. So I'm hoping to get that one out tonight. And then next week, we're going to be getting some more videos out. So we have 2 weeks left to this first season of Veil of the Void. We have the finale for the Siren Sun next week, and then the week after we're going to do our wrap-up session. So 2 weeks remaining for more videos to come out, more tutorial videos, more reference sheets. The cheat sheet that I made was super useful for me today. I had everything right at my fingertips, so I'm going to play around with the formatting of this to see if I can get it all in a single like 8x11 sheet, and see if I can get that up on our Patreon and Ko-Fi, also as a free resource. So yeah, I have some more RPGs uncovered things coming down the pipeline, and I am excited to announce that I am going to be working with somebody else in the community, Mark, who works on the Lugon project, which is a Pathfinder 1st edition setting guide. I've teamed up with him, and we're going to run a one-shot setting highlight in December.
Nice.
We're still working on the details. It's likely going to be the first and second week of the second and third week of December. Yeah, the second and third week of December. I will let everybody know when I have more details, but I am assembling a crew, a cast, for that one-shot setting highlight. So keep an eye on our Discord and our Twitter for more of that, and go follow the Lugon project. That's Lugon project on Twitter. It looks amazing. All about scientific evolution meets magic shenanigans. It looks fantastic.
Nice.
So we're gonna dive into that. I think that's my only major announcement coming up. We've already I let Trevor do his spiel, so I think that's all we got. We're gonna go do an after show. Thanks for hanging around with us. As always, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy. Keep having fun out there. Keep checking back at the People's Ascension for more RPGs, uncovered goodies. And if you find yourself just hanging out in asteroid fields and a giant flaming slithin comes by, you don't need to run. It just wants your heart tomatoes. Good night, everybody.
We want our heart tomatoes.
I mean, it'd be hard to pass on those hard tomatoes.
Probably very